What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? All right, hit them like buttons as you come in. Hit the like buttons as you come in. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. Thursday night. Thursday night. What's going on? What is going on? I'm gonna open up the I'm gonna open it up tonight. So I'm gonna drop the link for people if they want to come up and talk and holler at your boy. Anytime throughout the discussion. I'm gonna go ahead and drop that link in a second. I'm gonna let the room fill up a little bit. Like I said the other night, the sentiment is real down in the trucking community. So hopefully people are pivoting. That's what we're gonna talk about tonight. We're gonna talk about pivoting. We're gonna talk about exiting. We're gonna talk about box truck rentals. We're gonna talk about a few things, and hopefully some people can get an idea what they want to do. We're gonna talk about some news in the trucking, what's going on. TGAT, ATL in the building, New York in the building, VA in the building. I know Ohio is in the building. We got some Texas in the building. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second here. I'll be right back in 30 seconds. All right, so what we got? What we got? What we got? What we got? We got Connecticut in the building, Detroit in the building, Interstate Screw, Connecticut, LJ Cuts, what's going on? ATL, we got New York, we got a few other places in the building. Hit that like button as you come in. Let me know where you're checking in from. Detroit in the building. All right, so we're gonna talk about a few things tonight. Let me go ahead and just drop that link right now to get it out the way, at least for right now. Anybody want to come up, they can anytime throughout. We're gonna talk, have a discussion about what's going on right now. I'm not talking about peak season. I think what's known don't need to be explained. That little uptick that I talked about that was going to happen has started. So, that uptick. Some places are seeing an uptick. Some places still aren't. Getting some places that's saying they're bored. For like Amazon Relay is dry. Obviously, spot market rates for people that run on the spot market. That is what it is. So there's no need, for me to beat a dead horse. I said what I said months ago, and in November, it's December now. So we're gonna move on and we're gonna prepare for what's to come, which is next month and February and the rest of the first quarter, and start looking forward to the second quarter. And hopefully we see some type of uptick there. Jerome Powell did a speech earlier this week. I don't know what to take from it. You know what I'm saying? I don't really know what to take from it because he said some things in previous speeches and things actually gotten worse. All right. Inflation has went up. All right. Inflation is very high right now. And I said what I said about inflation the other day as far as the current administration is concerned. A lot of these retail stores, not Amazon, but a lot of these retail stores, some of your favorite retail stores, with the money that they did make on Black Friday and Cyber Monday, some of these stores are talking about implementing a return fee. So, they're talking about, they're expecting a lot of returns. A lot of people do a lot of impulse shopping when they see, good sales. So a lot of those Black Friday sales, a lot of those Cyber Monday sales, they are expecting a lot of those items to be returned. Some of these retailers are saying they're going to implement a return fee this year because sales have been down all year, and they don't want to, they want to make some money off the consumers, some way, shape, form, or fashion. So that's in the news. In the D, Amazon ain't it, in my opinion. I'm getting, the thing with Amazon, I'm getting the same reports as far as Amazon is concerned as the same as parallel with the load boards. So no one has came to me in any of my lives and said that they're winning with Amazon. No one's came to me and said they're winning with anything. The only thing that people are not complaining about, um, as far as my subscribers and the people that engage on my channel, is Final Mile, um, cargo van, dedicated cargo van work, and gig work. That's the only thing that I haven't been getting any type of negative engagement about. Anything that's running spot market, um, the sentiment is not there. The sentiment is not there. So um, I don't know what Amazon load boards look like. So I can only take you guys that run it, word for it. I don't have access to it. I don't run it. So, and like Interstate Screw said, it's not in his opinion, and everyone else that was on the live Tuesday was saying similar things. So I don't know. If someone else is doing good on Amazon or on the load board, should drop something in the chat, uh, to let us know that you're winning at it, and that'll be helpful. And then we can see what you're doing or what you're running, and maybe that information can help someone else out that's running middle mile, relying on spot market rates. Yep, Final Mile is where it is at in my area, and you're in Texas. That sounds about right. I've been plugged with a local car plant for the last few months. Okay, so you run it dedicated. You out of Detroit, so you in Detroit, as long as you got access to car parts, you can run car parts all day long. If you in Detroit, that's where you guys is bread and butter at. So yeah, you gonna make a lot of money coming up out of Detroit running just automobile parts. So you're winning. You're winning up there. But that's good. That's good. You found a lane to make money. You're taking advantage of uh uh what your city is known for, and you found a lane for it. That's good. Farad, Queens in the building. What's going on? One of the members. All shout out to all the members. Miss Red Nose Pit, Farad, Miss DeWalt, all the members that are here. Shout out to y'all. So let's get into it real quick. We're just gonna have a discussion. I dropped a link somewhere in the chat. Feel free to pop in if you want to holler at your boy on the camera or whatever, audio, whatever. So let's talk first thing we want to talk. What I want to talk about is these box truck rentals. All right, these rentals. A lot of people are still complaining about it. A lot of people are still stuck in these rentals, and they don't want to wave the white flag. And I'm gonna say it one more time. If you're looking for that savior, if you're looking for that saving grace, if you ain't got it now, you're not gonna get it. And that's just real talk. The closer it gets to Christmas, the little uptick that you've seen, you're gonna start to see that diminish away. Like I said before, January and February is going to be very, very dismal, very bad. Also, as far as the box truck rentals, I'm more than 50% sure now that everything that has occurred with the box truck rental companies, Ryder, Penske, Enterprise, Budget, as far as the price point rising, and as far as the stipulations that they have implemented within the past year, to make it difficult for new people entering into the space within the past 2 years, I think it's here to stay. I don't think they're going to retract and go back to the way things used to be. So I'm letting you know now. I think that may be the new norm. All right. So the prices, as long as inflation is high, cost of living is high, they're gonna keep the prices high, and they're gonna actually raise them. All right. Each rental truck company, and I've been meaning to, not print out, but get the earning report so I can show the earning reports, because I don't want to do a video based around. I'd rather do it on a stream. they've done record numbers in the past year. Every quarter has exceeded LY by tons and tons and millions of dollars. So, and from what I'm being told from inside sources, um, they're looking to add more vehicles. It's just obviously the manufacturing is behind, so they're looking to add more vehicles. They're not going to add as many as they normally would prior to the pandemic. So whatever they can get from the manufacturers, they've done record numbers. All right, they're charging 4 or 5 times, sometimes 6 times the amount of what they would normally charge, and they're making money. And people are still interested in renting box trucks. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe it's because of ignorance. And when I say ignorance, just not knowing any better. All right, so if you're not making money with a box truck rental right now, you're paying an exorbitant rate and you're struggling, it's probably just best to get out of it. And I know I wasn't saying this back in September, October, things of that nature, but I think, right now is that time where you might have to just try to figure something out. As far as the stipulations go, stipulations are going to get steeper. I've actually, I talk about how, the trucks are stolen, and someone actually hit me up and told me that scam, and I meant to tell you guys about it Tuesday, but I'm gonna run that scam down to you now. What they're doing, it's pretty simple. It's something that already existed with like the car rental thing, but they're just doing it with the box trucks now. So basically, this is how it goes, and this is for people not even that had good intentions initially, that rented their box truck and maybe had an exorbitant truck rental and just fell behind because their expenses, their fixed costs and variable costs just are far exceeding what their gross revenue is, and they were waiting on peak season to kind of catch up, and they would just kind of stop answering the phone calls for the rental truck companies and prayed that peak season would be like last year, and they said they would double up and catch up and pay back. I'm not talking about those people that had good intentions initially that just fell behind and they just don't want to do the right thing and take the truck back. I'm talking about people that go in with ill intentions from the start. So here's how it works. I'm gonna use myself as an example. All right, say I'm going in with ill intentions. I want to start Amazon Relay. I want to run middle mile, whatever. I get my authority, whatever. Boom. But I don't want to pay for the truck. I want to get the truck for free. So this is what we do. I'm gonna go get a girl, right? Or I'm gonna go get a hype. I'm gonna go find somebody that I can put on Front Street and burn their stuff up. The same way people burn up people in other situations, you find somebody that's green and you gonna burn their name up. All right. So you go to the truck rental place, you do whatever you got to do, but you're doing it in their information, their name. You're gonna come up with the initial whatever you need to come up with. So if they say, you know what, boom, you need to come up with $2,000 or $3,000. Let's say $2,000 down payment. You put your first initial week down, whatever you got to do to drive off the lot. You do that initially because you're looking at it like, yo, that's the only cost I'm putting up because I ain't gonna never see from me again. They ain't gonna never hear from me, or they never gonna see me again until I get caught, and I'm gonna be halfway across the country by then. So they're basically going in with somebody they can burn their name up willingly or not willingly. Whether they're telling the person like, yo, I'm gonna give you $1,000, I need you to go rent this truck for me, but I ain't gonna take it back. I'm gonna burn your name up. Or it's a guy that's pimping on a girl or whatever the case may be, and they burn it up without the girl knowing, and then they get little on them. Get little for y'all to mean get lost, get low, disappear, get little. All right, and that's what the scam is. So a lot of people are going in with the ill intention, the same way they do used car lots. Same way they do a lot of things. If you find somebody that's same thing with car cracking, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you want to make $1,000? Let me put 2,000 in your account. Once the 2,000 hit, pull it out. I'm gonna give you 1,000. I'm gonna take 1,000. Same situation, just with the box truck. They going in, they burning somebody's name up, and once they get the truck, they gone. Whether they burning their name up with the person knowing or with the person not knowing, either way, somebody's name gonna get burnt up, and that's what they doing. Some people don't care if their name get burnt up. If I go to somebody that I know is on hard times and they just don't care anyway. Like, yo, I'm gonna give you 2,500. We're gonna go in here, we're gonna get this truck, I'm gonna take care of everything, but I need you to rent it for me. I'm gonna give you 2,500 to rent it for me. Somebody who ain't got nothing on hard times or just don't care, they gonna do it. All right, eventually, yeah, the truck gonna go on the hot sheet. You know, the hot sheet is basically it's gonna get reported stolen. Goes on what's considered a hot sheet. The hot sheet is like what the police when the plates are reported stolen. Right. I just read a story about a stolen 26-foot truck up in one state that was involved in a murder or something. I read a story about another 26-foot box truck where they swapped the plates out. So I read about another 26-foot box truck that was stolen, a Penske 26-foot box truck. I had a sub who they stole his 26-foot box truck twice with Ryder. So they stealing box trucks, they burning people's names up to rent box trucks. And that's what that scam is for y'all. All right. So, and that's what's going on. That's why those stipulations are steep. That's why when you go in, they want now all of a sudden they want 2 years in business. They want to see some type of credibility. They want to know, look, this person has been in business. We're not dealing with no new business. It's 2 years in business. Some places want a brick and mortar. In some cases, I've heard up to $10,000 down. I've had subs reach out to me and say, yo, man, Ryder said they need 10 grand, or Penske or whoever said they need 7 grand. So that's the scam that's going on with the truck rental place. Now, if you're in a situation right now, like I said earlier, and your truck rental is exorbitant, and you're praying to see $25 million a mile peak season rates, you're not going to see them. You know what I'm saying? I read a story yesterday about a trucking company that a bunch of trucking companies are going out of business. We're going to talk about that in exiting the part of this stream. But I read a story yesterday about a guy, I believe it was in Missouri, who put his trucking company out of business this past Saturday. So he gave notice last week to his drivers right before Thanksgiving. He said, yo, Saturday is going to be the last day. And what he said, you know, I kind of commend him for it, because a lot of people don't jump out in front of it before it gets really, really bad. And that's why I'm telling, you know, I'm talking about this right now on the stream, because I talk to people. You know, people hit me up in the DM, and you know, a lot of people tell me that, you know, trials and tribulations that they're going through in the business right now. And this gentleman who had been in business 24 years runs not intermodal, runs reefer truck, for those refrigerated that don't know, it's refrigerated, in Missouri. He said he decided to just, you know, with everything that's going on with the spot markets keeping up, he said, you know, I'm just gonna go out of business now. I'm gonna accept what's going on. I'm gonna go out of business now, while I still have the money to pay people and pay my debt, versus continuing to fight this out to the point where I don't have the money. So, you know, he did the proactive thing and said, you know, I'm going to do right by people, and just, you know, I'm not going to continue to fight this, because it's going to get to the point where I'm going to exhaust all the revenue that the company has, and I'm not going to be able to pay the drivers for the time between the last pay period, whenever they got paid. So I'd rather pay them while I have the money and take the company out of business and sell the equipment. All right. So a lot of larger companies in this company had a fleet of 25 tractors and maybe 40 trailers, I believe. The numbers are wrong, but it was 24, 25 tractors and like 40 trailers. But, you know, a lot of companies are going out of business. And, you know, I've spoke on this before. If you are in a situation, once again, and your truck rental is exorbitant and you're struggling to make ends meet, now it's probably the time that you want to reset. You don't want to continue to operate in the negative and drain yourself, and then start draining. You're draining. At this point, you got to be draining your personal funds, and you don't want to drain yourself to the point where now you just then drain yourself of everything, and now you don't have nothing, and you out here bad. You know, it's nothing wrong with starting fresh and resetting. You know what I'm saying? Resetting. We're in December now. All right. Christmas is in what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or whatever. If you haven't seen that sunshine by now, December is going to get worse. And you don't want to fight something that I'm telling you is not going to be good. I've been right so far, so trust me on this. You know what I'm saying? It, don't spend all that money on a truck rental for something where I don't see green pastures nowhere, no time soon. All right. So reset, save your money, figure something out, reset, build your money back, maybe with a cargo van or doing some gig apps, and then maybe try to revisit this Q2 of next year. Hopefully, Q2, we see brighter days ahead. In order for us to see, I think, brighter days ahead is, at least for the spot market is concerned, I think this inflation situation needs to be curbed. And like I said Tuesday, I just don't think the current administration knows how to deal with inflation. Once again, I listened to Jerome Powell the other day, and me personally, I just wasn't sold. I wasn't sold because I've heard some of the same things before, and then I watched inflation get worse. All right. And it's at a point now where it's just, I feel like it's out of control. So that's my spiel on that. Let's get into exiting, which I just pretty much entered, but I'm just going to expound on it a little bit. And it's sometimes it's just good. A lot of people have thoughts in their head, and then when they hear somebody else talk about what they're saying in their head, what they've already been battling with in their head, it kind of gives them the little go ahead to do what they need to do. Exiting, there's a lot of people exiting. So I think we're up to over 12,000 revocations on authority within the past 6 to 7 weeks. So over 12,000 authorities went into revocation in the past over the past 5 weeks. So a lot of people are exiting, some by choice, some due to lack of funds, meaning they've ran out of money. And once you don't pay that insurance, once that insurance lapses at 1201, insurance company by law, they have to put notice in within, I think, 24 to 48 hours, I believe. I think it's 24, to the FMCSA that you've lapsed coverage, and that they take your authority inactive. All right. They have to send that notice right away. It's done electronically. A lot of companies have went into revocation due to not paying their insurance, obviously because they don't have the funds to do it due to everything that's going on right now. Like this gentleman down in Missouri that I read the story yesterday about him choosing to take the company out of business while he still had capital. I think that's a play that a lot of people, I think, should make. You really got to look at your situation and see it's okay to fight things through. I was in a situation, and I've told this story before. I was in a situation in 2017, where we lost a few accounts due to companies being purchased, and just the way the industry was starting to shift, with e-commerce, and Amazon was making a big play. A lot of companies were going out of business. Amazon was pushing a lot of companies out of business, and I just wasn't, those big contracts that I just didn't have them anymore. But I had bills for a business that was grossing $1 million a year. So once your business scales to a point where you're making X amount of dollars, all right, once you stop making X amount of dollars, you still have the infrastructure of a company that was once making that type of money, right? So I still had the bills for a company that was making this type of money, but I was making this being the bottom, this being the middle, this is being me at my peak. I'm making middle now. I'm not making what I was making, but I still had bills for a business that was making this money, right? So that year I was struggling. Now, by the grace of God, I had another business that could float that business. And you don't want to do that either. I'm basically, what you call that is robbing Peter to pay Paul. Luckily for me, I had a business that I could rob, another business that I could rob. And that's what I did, right? I did come up on another account, which, kind of pulled me back up. but that was later on in the year. And then I spent 2018, half of 2018 paying my moving company back, the trucking company, spent that revenue that was coming in paying back the moving company. All right. A lot of people aren't in a situation like that. If your trucking business is your sole, it's the only biz you come in, and that's your sole income. The only other source of income that you have is if your personal savings, if you have a little nest egg saved up. All right. And if you have a little nest egg saved up and you're operating at a loss right now, even if you're breaking even right now, it means the business is not paying for your personal well-being. That means your personal well-being is being covered by your nest egg, your savings, whatever you have it. Or if you're operating at a loss, now your personal nest egg is covering the difference of the money that the business isn't making to cover those expenses, right? Plus your personal living expenses. All right. So if you're in a situation now where you are robbing Peter to pay Paul, and Peter is your personal savings, you have to set a limit on where enough is enough, because I'm telling you, I've seen it happen, not with me by the grace of God, but I've seen it happen with other people. People have come to me with their stories, and it can happen, because what happens is you get caught up with it's going to turn around. It's going to turn around. If you're a praying person like I am, you're praying to God, things of that nature, and you're praying and you're praying and praying, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. And the last thing I want to see someone do is take the nest egg that they have, personal savings saved up, and try to save something that's just not able to be saved due to maybe the economy right now and just the things that are going on, because then it makes it harder for you to even try to rebuild it at a later time, because now you got to build your nest egg back up first before you can even start thinking about reinvesting and starting another business. As long as you got capital, you got some breathing room. The collar ain't squeezing your neck, and I know what it's like not to have. You know what I'm saying? I know what it's not like to have. You know what I'm saying? I know what it's like not to have growing up. You know what I'm saying? And I know what it's like not to have as an adult. You know what I'm saying? I've been, trucking and moving, one of my first businesses. I've had other businesses that I saw some success and then they failed. You know what I'm saying? So I know how to maneuver. God puts you in situations because he has things later on down the line for you that you don't know about. And some of the things, situations he puts you in earlier on in life are just learning lessons for what he has for you in store later on. So I'm just telling you guys this from lessons that I've learned in business, because I've been in this situation before. You don't want to drain the well. You got to kind of, just like how I forecast things as far as as far as like PCs and the things of that nature, you got to kind of forecast your 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 actual uh your money. All right, we're just gonna say your money. Whatever you got in the kitty, whatever you got in the nest egg, whatever you got in the bank, you have to forecast. Look, how far do I want to dip down into my savings to try to float this business before I decide, I gotta cut it off. So just like I said, you gotta set a timeline for what, if this don't turn around by let's say, and this is just an example. You don't have to do this if you don't want. Let's say, if this trucking thing doesn't turn around, the economy doesn't change, if the spot market doesn't do up to, I can't keep operating at a loss. If I don't see any signs of hope by the end of the year, since we're in December now, say December 31st, then I got to turn this rental truck in and I got to figure something else out and I got to reset. All right. Same thing with your money. If you're operating at a loss week after week after week, well, let's say you're breaking even, which means you're digging into your personal savings to pay for your personal well-being. If I'm not grossing or if I'm not profiting, we already gave that example. Let's say you have to set a point where you don't want to dig into your stuff. So let's say you got 10 grand saved up. All right, 10 grand, and you're dipping into your 10 grand, dipping into that. Once I get to 7,500, if this trucking company ain't profiting and I'm down to my last 7,500, I got to turn this rental truck in. I got to figure something else out. I got to exit temporarily, You know what I'm saying? Because whatever I'm doing or whatever that is going on with the economy is not helping me any. And eventually I'm going to be broke and I'm going to have to turn this truck in. And then I'm not going to have nothing to even do nothing with, not even pay my personal bills, nothing to float me until I figure something else out. So you got to set those parameters as far as with your capital, your personal capital, and as far as if you're having to exit temporarily, don't beat yourself up about it. Don't feel bad about it. It's a learning lesson. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. But in business, you have to have credit and ability to get working capital and business plan to sustain things when it's slow. Getting into this with no money is unrealistic. So that's a good point. All right, that's a good point. But here's the thing with that. A lot of people that are in this business right now entered this business within the past 2 years. So a person that's been in the business 10 years, they have access to working capital, they have access to business lines of credit, they have access to things because they've already been in business a long time to sustain. A lot of the people that this conversation is referring to right now have been in the business probably less than a year, maybe going on a year, maybe a little over a year. So they either have no truck at all, they're renting a truck, right? Or they purchase a truck at an exorbitant rate, right? 2 or 3 times the amount of what it's really worth. So they have an extremely high truck note, right? So they don't have the tenure in the industry yet to even have lines of credit good enough to float them. And here's another thing, you know what I'm saying? You can have lines of credit and you can drain those lines of credit and you can max those business credit cards and you can take out loans and still things don't turn around. All right. And still things don't turn around. So you still have to exercise extreme caution. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to, and I'm not saying this I'm giving people, you know what I'm saying? I'm giving people ideas. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving people solutions. This may not work for everybody. Some people might just be like, you know what, screw it. If I go broke, I just go broke. I have to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm basing my content based around the sentiment that I get when people comment and people DM me and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I base what I'm going to talk about. And basically, that's the sentiment right now. Every time I go live, somebody tells me how they just turned their truck in a week ago or 2 or 3 days ago and things of that nature. I get personal, people DM me personal, which I'm not going to share, you know what I'm saying, ask for my advice, you know, on things, you know what I'm saying? So you're right, but most people that are in this industry right now that subscribe to channels like mine have only been, there was an infusion of people that came into this industry within the past year and a half. They don't have access to this type of capital. All right, they don't. Bank ain't going to give them a loan. And if a bank did give you a loan, I would be leery on accepting it because now you've taken a loan and you're spending that loan to float this business that there's still a lot of uncertainty. Now, once you run through that money, you back to where you are now, and now you owe the bank $20,000 or $30,000. That puts more pressure on you. Puts more pressure on you. You know, I wouldn't advise nobody to go out and if they have access and they haven't been in business for 3 years or more, I personally wouldn't advise that. That's me. You know, because now you're going to be on the hook for that. And you're going to have to personally guarantee it. You're going to have to personally guarantee it. So guess what? The business belly up. Now, guess what? They're going to come after you. There's a lot of things I ain't talked about on the channel yet that I'm going to get into in December. I ain't told you about the UCC liens yet. Yeah, UCC lien. You personally guarantee something, so UCC lien goes on your name. So guess what? You take out a business line of credit, you're already behind. You're already struggling. Boom. You take out, let's say 10 grand, 20 grand. Let's say 20 grand business line of credit, or you take out a 20 grand loan. Boom. You got to personally guarantee that loan on your business. Your business is too new. You never took out a loan before. We don't trust you. We don't trust you. And business don't trust nobody right now due to what's going on. It's hard to get a loan right now. Banks are holding on to their money. So let's say you do get one, they're going to make you guarantee the loan. So now they're going to put a UCC, and they're using your future receivables as your collateral. Your future receivables are going to be used for collateral. So they're going to put a UCC lien on the business, and they're going to put a UCC lien on your name, your personal name. So boom, if the business folds, boom, now you're responsible for it. And it's a lien on your personal name. It's too much uncertainty. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm going to always keep it funky with you. Always. I'm not going to tell people go out and do this and do that. I know what it's like to take out a business line of credit. I told you 2017 was rough. It was rough. Luckily, I had another business to float this business. All right. So what people are going through now, I've been through it before. I've been through it. I know how people feel. I know what it's like to make gross this much money and then start making this type of money, but I still got bills for a business that was making this type of money. If I would have had the moving company to float me, I would have gotten deep debt. Luckily, I didn't have to get in deep debt. I used some lines of credit from my business line of credit, and I had business credit cards that I didn't use, and I used them at that point. All right. But I had to guarantee all that stuff. And guess what? When you guarantee stuff, a lien goes on your name. You know how I know all this stuff? Because I've been through it before. I told you, I'm one of the tenured people. And shout out to everybody else, but I've been doing this since 2010. I've been doing this for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So, the situation that's going on now with the spot market, I don't run spot market. But as far as the sentiment, as far as how everything is not going good and people are complaining because they're not making money, I know what it feels like to be in that position. So I can express that sentiment with people that are going there because I've been through it before. You know what I'm saying? So the whole purpose of the exiting part of this live stream is to let people know, don't drain the well if you don't have to. Set a timeline, right, where you say, yo, if it's not working, I gotta regroup, reset. Same thing for your money. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, once I get down to this 10, I got 25,000. Man, I'm gonna keep at it. Hopefully things change. When I get down to that last 10,000, then I'm just gonna have to do something else. I can't go broke. You know what I'm saying? On another note, all right. And we're gonna get into pivoting. You have to step outside your comfort zone. A lot of people still don't want to step outside their comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? Skip it. Let's get into pivoting. I'm done with accident. I think people get what I'm saying. Just set a timeline, and also set a bar as far as a stopping point. Don't drain your well trying to save it. And you're right, you can get a loan, but just understand that if you do accept a loan, you do take out a loan. If you're capable of getting a loan or capable of getting business credit, just make sure that you understand what you're getting yourself into, because now you got this money that you got to pay, and if things don't turn around for you once you drain that money, because you're using that money to float that business, now you owe even more money. All right. He also said that, getting into this with no money is unrealistic. The thing is, a lot of people that got into it, they had the money. All right. They had the money, but they didn't understand what they were getting into, and they didn't understand the time that they were getting into it in. And anytime, economic downturn can drain you. If you're operating at a loss for an extended period of time, even if you have money saved up, because you made money earlier part of the year, and last year, eventually it's going to drain you. Fuel went up, insurance went up, truck rentals are up, rates are down over 45%. So if rates are down and everything else is up, I don't care how much money you got saved. You know what I'm saying? Already, if you have money saved, eventually that money is going to start draining because you're draining the nest egg. So, it happens. It happens to large corporations that have been in business for decades of years, that are multi-million-dollar companies. It can happen to them. All right. So it definitely can happen to, small mom and pop owner operator, box truck owner operators. Except when it comes to small guys like us, it just turnaround time is even quicker. It's like that. It could be a matter of a few weeks to some people. It could be a matter of a few months to some people. All right. And it sucks if it happens within your first year to a business, because you don't have that many options to turn to for help. All right. When it happened to me, I was already in business 7-8 years. So I got plenty of options. Everybody was going to touch me after 7 or 8 years. Nobody told me no. But the first 2 years, you're going to get a lot of no's. No. You can't. No bank is going to touch you. No bank is going to touch you for the first 2 years. All right. Boom. And then on top of that, the time that we are in, everybody knows, if you follow what's going on in the world, banks are pulling back. They're not offering loans. All right. I got a moving company. We take credit cards for payment. Our credit card merchant, right, who we process the credit cards through, we can get loans, right? They have promotions. All right. They've always had promotions. We can borrow money against future receivables straight through the credit card processing terminal. Whatever. They offer tiers. All right. Small, medium, large, whatever you want. But that promotion is always there. It's always there. It never goes anywhere. Right. Guess what? It's not there right now. It's not there. Why? For the same reason every other bank, some of you guys that have promotions in your personal bank, whether you have Bank of America, Chase, if you go into promotions and they say, you know what, just click the link and sign up, we'll loan you 10 grand or 5 grand or whatever. Those promotions don't exist. They're taking a lot of promotions off the table. Why? Because the banks want to keep cash on hand because of the uncertainty. All right. All right. They're keeping their cash on hand. It's hard to get a loan now. Go try to buy a car right now. Good credit. Look at the interest rate they throw in your face. I don't care if you got 750, 800. Why do you think so? Because of uncertainty, fear. Same thing with the housing market. Look at the interest rates. Fear. It's more because of what's going on. The threat of a person not being able to pay their mortgage on a 30-year loan is there. So the interest rate is higher. Same thing with the car. The banks don't feel, when they feel that, uncertain, the rates go up. Money isn't flowing like that. So those promotions and things of that nature the bank gives out, it's hard to get a loan right now. It's just not easy to get a loan right now. So a person who's been in box trucking for a year, or this is going on their first year, a lot of people enter right prior to peak season last year. They're literally just hitting their first year. Where is a person like that who's struggling right now? Where can they turn to? You can turn to Cabbage, right? And maybe Credibly and a few other hard money lenders that'll touch you after 6 months. But here's the key word: hard money lenders. You're either going to be doing a daily debit, which is probably the dumbest thing you could want to do. You don't want to do that, right? Because the interest rates on that, like, you're paying every day, and like that, no, You don't want to do that. The best thing you can probably get maybe is a business line of credit. But guess what? Business line of credit is revolving. You're going to touch it, obviously, because if you're going for it right now, you need it. So you're going to drain it. And then guess what? In a month, once you drain that to get you through December, January is going to be bad, right? Boom. You use that money to get you through December. Now you got to make your first payment in January and you're still operating at a loss, except now even worse. But now you just added another bill to the fold. You can do what you want, though. You know what I'm saying? You can do what you want. You know, when you go out for business lines of credit or you go out for loans, I never looked at it. I always looked at it if you're going to use a business line of credit, you're going to use or you're going to go out for a business loan. It's always best to do it when you're looking to expand your business, purchase other assets, equipment, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Normally, when you do it in a time like this because you need it, is not good. You know, I would advise against it. You know, you want to use your lines of credit if you have them, your credit cards and things like that, to expand. Now, in some cases, you may have to use them, you know, in situations like this. But like we know, going into January, going into February is going to be bad. Fact, and no brokers will touch you without age on your MC. That means, you know, it's limited loads, real talk. It's certain hard to get a small business loan right now, right? So, you know, if you've been in business less than 2 years, you're not going to get it, and right now it's just hard to get it for anybody. So this is why I'm telling you, you know, you want to really think about everything that's going on right now, and not drain all your capital. And this part of this conversation is, you know, not primarily, but for the most part for the people that are renting, because it's easy for you. Fill the truck back up where you picked it up as far as the fuel, take it, drop it off. You know, because there's people out here that bought a truck at 85, 75, 80, 90 grand. That was only 30 grand. And they don't have the luxury of just taking it back and dropping it off. They stuck with that note, because if they do a voluntary or an involuntary, right, repossession, it's gonna fall on them personally, because guess what? The business just started, so they had to co-sign, they had to guarantee it. So the business flops, it's gonna go on their personal credit. All right, so they got to fight a little bit harder than you do. You got to $1,500, $1,000, $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, $2,000, $2,200, $2,500 a week rental. You can fill it up, put it back, gas back where it was when you bought it, take it, hand them the key, and unloosen your collar. You know, so it's just something to think about. You know what I'm saying? If it was something that you had going on in your head and you've been battling with it, and there you go. You know, that's my advice, and you can revisit it at another time. Not saying that, you know, just throw your business away. No, you might have to reset. You know, if you were in business 6 or 7 years or 5 years or 4 years or something where you have a little bit more resources, you know what I'm saying, that's different. But to encounter times like this, you know, within the first year of business or within your first year and a half of business, I know how difficult it can be, because you don't have many options to turn to, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? So just something to think about. Do me a favor, guys, hit the like button. Hit the like button if you're coming in. I appreciate if you hit the like button. That gets the stream out into the algorithm a little bit more, a little bit better. It's better for the engagement and the conversation as well. I did drop the link. I'm going to drop it again if anybody wants to, you know, share some thoughts on the camera and engage on camera or with audio. There goes the link. All right, let's talk about pivoting. Let's talk about pivoting. And the reason I wanted to talk about that, because I just felt it was something that needed to be talked about, because I get these DMs, you know what I'm saying? So instead of me, just doing personal DMs, I can just put it out right now as a whole, my thought about exiting, and there it was. All right. So people who missed it, they can watch the replay. Now let's talk about pivoting. Here's the positive side of this. You can always pivot. You can always pivot. There's other opportunities that are still in the black, in the green. All right. Making money. All right. We first can talk about Final Mile. Quite a few of my subscribers have transitioned in the Final Mile, and they are happy they did. They're happy they did. Because it saved their business. It saved their business. You also have curbside Final Mile. Those opportunities are going to be a little bit less open than heavy good Final Mile furniture and appliance delivery. But curbside Final Mile is an option. All right, pays really well. Averages about $50 a stop. You're making somewhere between $750, maybe $1,000 a day, depending on your market. You have other alternatives. Some of you guys that have not vans, but renting 26-foot box trucks, you can turn in your box truck and get a van. I showed loads the other day, and for those that weren't in the room, with the gig apps, where in my market here is, and I'm sorry for showing you this, but I have to show people who weren't here Sunday. Here's a load that's paid $500 for 3 hours, and you can do this in your car. This is a car load. The heaviest item, 2 pounds. The total item for the whole route, total weight for the whole route, 20 pounds, 34 items. Okay, 29 stops, a 3-hour run. All right, 76 miles from the city to the suburbs, $500. And the only thing you're delivering is t-shirts and jerseys for Fanatics. All right, $500 in your personal car. Here's another one, $478, 3-hour run, Chicago to the suburbs. Heaviest item, 2 pounds. Total weight for the whole route, 19 pounds. Because most of these items weigh less than a pound because they're t-shirts. Almost $500 for 3 hours of work, just delivering t-shirts. So, opportunity is there. And this is something that's not cost you $1,000 a month, a week, $2,100 a month in insurance. This is something that you can make, or you can do in your personal vehicle. You can get a cargo van, and you can make this type of money in 2-3 hour routes, depending on your market. I'm in a large market, you know what I'm saying? So, the Final Mile logistics gods are on my side because of my market. Not every market is going to be the same, but you have to look at other alternatives as far as making money outside of the spot market, if that's where you're struggling at. So you have Final Mile curbside, you got 2-man curbside. I mean, 1-man curbside Final Mile. You got 2-man heavy good bulk Final Mile. You can transition down to a cargo van and run local office delivery routes. Pharmaceutical routes is another one. All right, pharmaceutical supply. I got the sauce on the pharmaceutical hospital bid. Now that requires a 26-foot truck. I got the sauce on it. I'm gonna drop the sauce on it coming soon. I just haven't had the time to put it out. I got the sauce on the 26-foot truck, pharmaceutical supply, just the beds. The beds. You're gonna need a gate. You're gonna need a lift gate. All right. Now, cargo van, pharmaceutical supply, not the samples or whatever, blood samples, urine samples, medicine delivery, but the actual supplies, so wheelchairs, crutches, walkers, canes, oxygen tanks, hospital beds. You can do, minus the hospital beds, you can do that in the van. Those routes pay somewhere between, they pay up to $2,000 a week. All right. So up to $2,000 a week. So the routes, the pay fluctuates depending on your market and depending on, the route that you get. But up to $2,000 a week for supplies, pharmaceutical, uh, medical pharmaceutical pays a lot less because you're just delivering urine samples, blood samples, prescriptions. It pays a lot less. All right. But I do got the sauce on the hospital bed delivery. That's going to require a 26-foot box truck. That's one man. Home Depot got a one-man curbside. You know what I'm saying? What app was that? That was Rody. You talking about this when I posted? This is Rody. It's Rody. And this is just delivering. Fanatics and Walmart are the best two companies on Rody. They pay the highest. As you can see, Fanatics pays extremely high. $500 to deliver t-shirts, 29 stops. It's people that run Amazon Flex, and a 3-4 hour route with Amazon Flex might pay you $75 base. Here's a 3 hours route on Rody, pay $500, and you're just delivering t-shirts. So you can find opportunities. You just got to know where to look. So you can pivot. I'm talking about pivoting down from a 26-foot to a cargo van. A lot of people ask me about the 16-footer. I've said it before. I've said it again. The 16-footer, I feel like, is now I was able to make a lot of money in 16-footers in the 2010s, early to mid 2010s, and then the 16-footer, as far as e-commerce is concerned, is it kind of it kind of uh um like I said before, it became kind of like that middle child. It's just too much truck for a lot of this parcel, final mile, small stuff that you can do with the gig apps, similar to what Amazon DSP does and what the gig apps do. Because even like on Roadie, when you're picking up for Walmart, a lot of the stuff I see for Walmart on Roadie is one item less than 5 pounds, or 2 items less than 7 pounds. Obviously Fanatics is you're just delivering t-shirts. um Home Depot, I even see small items. It's small, so a 16-foot box truck is overkill for a lot of the stuff that happens now with final mile e-commerce. On the smaller parcel side, that's more for van, and then it's just not enough truck for everything else that's going on right now, like your middle mile spot market, your Amazon relay, things of that nature. I know Amazon does have cube trucks in some markets, but for the most part, the only options I really see out there for 16-foot box trucks, as far as doing work final mile, is with Select. And if you don't want to put together fitness equipment or Pelotons, or dig 4-foot hole in the ground to put a pole down there and pour mixed concrete to set up in-ground basketball goal installations, or do bye baby, you know what I'm saying, delivering baby cribs for $33 a stop, where you're not getting 10 stops a day, you know what I'm saying, then I don't really see any other, I don't really see any other options for a 16-foot box truck. It's just kind of caught in the middle. I would rather get a cargo van, and there's more opportunity for a cargo van. I just showed you a $500 3-hour route that you could do in your personal car. So I wouldn't even go out with what I'm seeing now. I wouldn't even personally go out and buy a Transit or a Sprinter. I go buy a Transit Connect. I would just go buy Transit Connect. I find me like a 14 for 7,000, and I get money. I get money. I get money because the peak season volume and the peak season um uh freight that people are looking for is going to be final mile, and a lot of it's going to gig. Is this route that I show for $500? Is this route normally paying $500? No, this route would normally pay $100, close to $200, which is still good money. But this is the uptick you're going to see for final mile because the freight has already been where it needed to be all year long. That's why the middle mile didn't see an uptick. And I said this before. So, like I said before, the winners of this year's peak season are going to be final mile gig workers. Well, Mark, why isn't it going to be Amazon DSP? Because Amazon DSP contractors have contracts. Those routes are getting paid a guarantee of $300, $400 a day. And the drivers that the contractors have driving for them are on a hourly wage, $19, $20, $18.75, right? The big winners of this year's peak season, as you can see, like I said, are the gig workers. Walgreens just announced today they have officially started their 24-hour delivery, 1 hour. They partnered with DoorDash and they partnered with Uber Eats. Because most Walgreens are open 24 hours a day. And the big news today was Walgreens said we're the only retailer that is going to offer 24-hour delivery through the gig apps. We're going to work with DoorDash, we're going to work with Uber Eats. We're open 24 hours a day so people can still get a full line of groceries, because Walgreens sells full lines of groceries at a higher price point, obviously, but if it's 2, 3 in the morning, somebody wants some ice cream, they can get it now. All right. So here's more opportunities for gig workers. Gig workers in the gig economy, and it's just like I said Sunday night. The whole reason why a lot of retailers are going towards the gig apps is because the ultimate decision on where a consumer is going to spend their money depends on who's going to provide the quickest turnaround. All right. Who's going to provide the quickest turnaround? So if Walgreens is selling Ben and Jerry's ice cream for $1 more, but they're telling me it'll be here in an hour, and I know it's ice cream, and I know this Amazon Fresh delivery. I know just from ordering Amazon Fresh all the time, when it pops up, my stuff has left the warehouse, and there's 27 dots in front of me, right? Or whatever the dot amounts are, but I know I got ice cream, right? I'd rather pay the extra dollar, get it within the hour, and have still cold, not melted ice cream than being the last stop on this Amazon Fresh delivery guy's route, and I got a 4-hour window. You know what I'm saying? Because by them going through DoorDash and going through Uber Eats, that person who's going to pick it up is going to pick it up and they're going to deliver it straight to them. It's not route based like your Amazon Flex, Amazon Fresh gig drivers. So the whole point is whoever can get it to them the quickest is who the consumer is going with, and the only way the retailers can get, they're in a battle with other retailers. All right, because they know, listen, if I want to make this sale, if I want to increase my sale, I have to sign up with a gig app because they're going to get it to them quicker. That's the name of the game now. 2 days used to be the bar where consumers wanted to get their stuff, right? We know who set that bar, Amazon. Now it's next day. Got to get it next day. By next year, it's going to be same day. Next day is going to be too long of a wait. By this time next year, the next day delivery is going to be too long of a wait. Now everybody is trying to figure out ways to get things same day. And then the year after that, it's going to be same hour. All these companies are in a race to get consumers their stuff the fastest because that's who the consumers are going to go to. All right. So pivoting, if you need to pivot out of the 26-foot box truck due to everything that's going on now, then cargo van may be another option, final mile, curbside final mile, and the gig economy. There is no other options that I can see if you want to remain in logistics. It just is what it is. All right. What's the Fanatics link? Fanatics is through Roadie. So once you sign up for Roadie, Fanatics usually drops their loads. The way Fanatics drops them is they drop them all in bulk. So however many routes they got in your market, they usually drop them sometime around 10 a.m. and then they'll just drop them. Boom, boom, boom. So if they got 30 routes, they're going to drop 30 routes. And then wherever the Fanatics fulfillment place is, you click on it. Then when you open it up, it's going to say one of 30. So you look route one, it's going to say $200, 29 stops, 16-mile radius of the route, heaviest item 2 pounds, total weight 20 pounds, 29 pieces, 29 stops. So that means each stop got one piece. You slide it over. Route two may be within a 75-mile radius. It may be 30 stops, 30 pieces. That route may pay $300. So it's on the Roadie app. They usually drop their routes first thing in the morning because they do next day delivery. So yeah. So Roadie has Fanatics is their big one. Well, I want to say it's their big one. It's their best paying between Fanatics and Walmart, right? Those are the top two paying ones on Roadie that I've seen in my market. They also got Home Depot. There's a lot of Home Depot work. There's a lot of Best Buy work. Best Buy doesn't really pay well on Roadie. A lot of pharmaceutical jobs. A lot of people ask me, what's up with the luggage delivery? If you want to do luggage delivery, that's on Roadie as well. I don't have a referral link because they don't offer affiliate links for some reason. You know what? Maybe they do. Hold on. Let me see if they offer an affiliate link, then I'll drop it, and then you guys can sign up and maybe get some money off real quick. I don't think so. I actually looked because somebody asked me the other day. But let me check real quick, and if they do, I'll drop this link real quick so you can save some money with my affiliate link. While that's loading, but I'll wait for that. That's loading. But yeah, they got also the luggage. They also do airports, so they got Southwest and they got Delta. All right, so that's the luggage sauce right there. If you want to do luggage, picking up from the airport for like people who luggage got left behind, it pays okay. It doesn't pay. It doesn't pay like Fanatics, and it doesn't pay like Walmart, but it pays about $1 a mile. So if that's something you can do in your car, I'm gonna look for the affiliate link. I don't see it on here, but I'm gonna look, and if I get an affiliate link where you guys can save some money, I'll do a video and I'll put the link in the description. But I haven't been able to find one, but I'm gonna look into that. So yeah, the luggage sauces within Roadie, they always have stuff at the airport. My two airports. So if you're in a bigger city, then you may have more opportunities for airport runs just for luggage. Walmart pretty much pays pretty good. Walmart here about $24 on average, somewhere between 12, 24. I see a lot of $24, $25 deliveries, and these deliveries are like 4 or 5 miles, one item. All right. I have some screenshots. I showed them the other day. I don't have them loaded into the stream right now, but I did show them on the stream from I think I showed them on the stream Sunday. So if you watched the stream Sunday, you saw them. If you didn't, you can go back and watch them. These Fanatics runs that I showed a few minutes ago, these were from Cyber Monday, the day after Cyber Monday. They actually had, I missed it because when I went to screenshot, they actually had a Fanatics run that was $1,097. It was 30 stops and it was like within 75 miles. It was $1,097. No cap. When I went to click on it to blow it up because it got pushed through my phone, through my push notification. So I saw it. I clicked on it. When I clicked on it to pull it up to take the screenshot to show, it said this gig has been taken. So I couldn't get the screenshot. But yeah, $1,097 for a Fanatics run. Just t-shirts. Yep. Yep. So opportunity is there, guys. You know what I'm saying? If you need to step out of your box truck temporarily, you definitely have opportunity for sure in December, making money on the final mile delivery side, because that's where you're going to see. So like those incentives that people seen last holiday season with the middle mile, due to the volume being up, due to all um, the infusion of capital that went out to the American people to further infuse or stimulate the economy. And that's what people did, which is why there was so much volume last holiday, and even past the holiday. January, the volume was high. February, the volume was still high because that money was still being sent out. The middle mile, and everybody pretty much was able to benefit from that in logistics. But this year is going to be on the gig side. So that's where the money, even if you want to supplement your income, even if you want to supplement your income with something just else, if you're doing all right with your box truck, but it's just not enough, or you're breaking even right now due to the spot market, and you need something else to do, then you can also do that too. If you want to pick up some extra. All right, I'm gonna answer some questions. I dropped a link, and that's pretty much it, guys. I just wanted to talk about pivoting, exiting, and and box truck rentals. So, holding on to those box trucks, just, I mean, you're free to do what you want to do, but if I'm paying a high box truck rental right now, and complaining, running the middle mile, running Amazon, and it's just not working, like, you have to make this decision. And this is one of the difficult uh parts about being a business person, because you're going to be faced with difficult decisions. And this is one of those decisions that I know is difficult, you know what I'm saying? So, but this is going to make you a stronger business person. It's not something to feel bad about. It's not something to beat yourself up about. It just is what it is. It's business. And it doesn't make sense to continue to pay that. And for those that came in late, I don't think the box truck rental companies are going to go back to the way things were. I don't see it. I don't see it. I think this may be the new norm. I think this may be the new norm for a nice little while now, as far as the rates, and definitely for the requirements. I gave the scam. So, you know what I'm saying? As long as people are scamming, sending people in there to burn their name up with no intentions to pay the truck rental, they're going to keep those stipulations intact. Um, as far as just to recap, exiting, that's a decision you got to make. It's a hard decision, but you don't want to drain the well dry, guys. And I know a lot of people have only been in this industry a year and a half, and you don't have a lot of options for capital. And then, even then, I would think, with the uncertainty that's going on, you got to really think, do you want to put yourself in that situation as well, borrowing money if you could? A lot of people aren't going to be able to, because they don't have the years in yet that a lot of places going to even give you the opportunity. But even still, just for example purposes, if you have to make sure this is a situation that you want to put yourself further in debt, because once you drain that money, and things haven't turned around, now you just created another bill for yourself that you got to pay monthly, and you owe whoever the lender was money. 2023 is going to be a very important year, because we got an election coming up, right? Boom, in 2024. So there's still that fear, uncertainty, and doubt. We call it FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, that's there. Um, and that's going to stay there and remain there as long as people don't have trust or confidence in the leadership. If the current uh, um, party that's in the office now, and I'm not a political person, you know what I'm saying? So I don't. That's why I don't talk about politics. I'm talking about, as far as the economy is concerned right now, a lot of people have lost hope in the current uh, cabinet. All right. Um, I don't know if he's going to run again. I don't know if he decided he's going to run again. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, depending who else runs is going to determine how people feel as far as their sentiment on if they want to start spending money on top of, the current office, you know, getting this inflation under control. Now, if there's a candidate that says they're going to run that the American people have strong um, hope for, as far as their whatever the principles that they're running on, um, then you may see a lot of that FUD diminish. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing that people have to kind of look into as far as this situation that's going on with the economy, and as far as how it's going to turn around the trucking industry. Another thing that I always mention is the situation going on with Putin, with the Ukraine. That's another situation. He made a lot of threats that he hasn't cashed in on yet. All right. So I always hold a person to their word until they show me otherwise. All right. He made some threats and he threatens, and he hasn't cashed in on a lot of threats, and he shot some missiles at the wrong place, hit the wrong, like there's a lot of things going on with that situation that can further affect our economy. And then there's other things going on. So that I don't want to talk about right now because I don't want to jump ahead of myself. But 2023 is going to be a year where um, people are just going to chill. People that have money are going to hold on to it. All right. Jeff Bezos said 2, 3 weeks ago, if we're not in a recession, we're definitely going to be in one soon. And this is Jeff Bezos. I've been saying that. I've been saying don't spend your money, hold on to your money. So if you don't listen to me, listen to him. This guy has the largest online store. All right. Largest online store. All right. All right. And he's telling you not to spend your money. So I think he has the data. All right. He has the data to know a little bit more than me and a little bit more than you. They collect data. Every time you buy something, they're collecting data. They're selling you something, but they're also collecting data. All right. So, when people like that who make money off, people buying things tell you to hold on to your money, don't buy nothing, I think, you should take heed to it a little bit. 2023 is going to be one of those years where people are just going to waiting to see what's going on. Once we get through this holiday season, you're going to see a lot of stuff just cut off and stop. All right. And we want to see who's going to run for president. We want to see what Putin's got up his sleeve. And there's a bunch of other things that's going, it's just too much stuff that's going on. So, just hold on to your money as much as you can. And then as far as pivoting, like you can pivot into something else. I already explained it. If you came in late, you just gotta watch the replay. I don't want to continue to beat a dead horse. I'm gonna answer some questions. If anybody want to come up, I dropped the link. Feel free to come on up. The rental space is too restricting. Let me kill this banner real quick. The rental space is too restricting. Mile caps and high weekly rates is killing the profit margin. So yeah, on top of the spot market for guys that run middle mile, you got the very high rental rates. So your margins are already low because your spot market rates are over 45% lower than what they were last year, and they're declining. We haven't seen the bottom yet. They're promising the bottom Q1 of next year, so Q1 of 2023. So if you're struggling now with the current spot market rates, the analysts are saying it's going to get worse. And I mean that's a given. Obviously, for those that don't know, and I'll repeat it again because I know I have new subscribers. Q1 is always just bad, period. You know what I'm saying? January being the worst. January and February, it just gets bad. So whatever the rates are now, it's going to get worse. That's just how it always is. And for you guys that came in and you were in this January and February, that was fantasy land. This current past January 2022 February, that was fantasy land. That rates have never been that high, volume has never been that high, and that was all due to stimulus. People were given money to purchase things to stimulate the economy, which is one of the main reasons why we're in inflation right now. All right. So it is what it is. You can't, and I wasn't on YouTube last year. I came in April. If I would have been on, I would have been preaching everything that I started preaching when I came on last year. And I made a joke the other day. When everybody was making all that money last year, I would have been telling people about what's going on now, and people would have hated me, but it would have been the truth. And I would have had to, deal with all that until we got to the point like how I did when I was telling about peak season in August. You know what I'm saying? But all of that was the cause of what's going on right now. So we haven't seen the bottom yet. So rates are going to get worse. And if you're paying a high rental cost, it's you're operating a business to lose money just to say you're operating a business. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. You gotta figure something else out to make it work. You know what I'm saying? You gotta figure something else out to make it work. Is the Walt, what's going on? Chicago in the building. I got a quote to get a rental to go with one I own and $1,000 a week, 19 cents a mile, 1,200 mile cap I had to pass. Yeah, so if you're running middle mile and you got a 1,200 mile cap, if you're running 650 miles a day, in 2 days you done. So you rent the truck just to run 2 days. It just don't make sense. The rental truck company said they're going to continue to put the caps on. So pretty much if the rental truck companies continue to put caps on, they're just pretty much Xing out customers who are interested in operating to run spot market middle mile. All right, the only way you're going to get away with operating a 26-foot box truck with these mileage caps are if you're running local final mile or you're renting this 26-foot truck for a moving company. Then that mileage, you're going to come way under that mileage. But if you're operating if you're an owner operator that's running middle mile spot market to a person who's running hard every day, you're going to do that in 2 days. Easy. A day and a half. So it's just, and they don't want to put the miles. They don't want their renters to put the miles on the trucks, obviously, because of the global chip shortage and the manufacturing problems that are going on, because they're just not producing as much vehicles as they used to due to the global chip shortage and the whole manufacturing, just the manufacturing debacle as far as producing the amount of vehicles that they used to. They're just not. All right. So and I talked about this before. I haven't said this in a while, but truck rentals business is renting trucks. All right. If they let people tear trucks and run them into the ground like they used to, because once these trucks get to 250,000 miles, they're selling them. All right. And due to the fact where they can't purchase the amount of trucks that they could prior to the pandemic, right? They have to preserve the trucks that they do get in longer so they can stay in business. They're making their money because they've increased their costs. So they don't care. They just restructured their business model. Before, we'll buy the truck for 50,000 brand new, because this is what they were, 50, 60,000 brand new, right? Boom. We'll rent it to you for $450. We don't care about the miles. You rent it for $450 a week. We'll charge you 12 cents a mile, give you 1,500 miles. Because guess what? We got 1,000 on order for next year. We got 1,000 on order for the year after that. But now that 1,000 is not 1,000 no more. You know what the number is now? They don't know. Whatever they ship them, that's what they get, and they happy with it. So we gotta restructure our business model, because we're a truck rental company and we want to continue to rent trucks. So look, we understand we got to preserve our trucks longer. So by us decreasing the miles and putting a cap on the miles We're not going to make the money we make on the miles for a person who's a long-term renter. So we need to increase our daily, weekly rental rate, and we need to increase the mileage. All right. And it's making us, we're coming out even better now because people are still renting $450 a week to now $2,000, $2,500, $1,000, $1,200, $1,500, $1,800, plus a down payment. I never had to put a down payment when I rented trucks. Never had to put a down payment. Whenever we rented trucks, we never had to put a down payment. If it was $450 a week, swipe the business credit card for $450 for the first week. That was it, out the door. Simple as that. All right. So the truck rentals business is renting trucks. So they have to do whatever they have to do to keep trucks so they can stay in business. And if you're running the middle mile, they're pretty much with the mileage stipulation. I know there's other stipulation that disqualify a lot of people from renting trucks, but with that mileage stipulation, that pretty much disqualifies anyone who's looking to run spot market OTR middle mile. That eliminates you. It eliminates you. 1,000 miles a week. Nah, you're not gonna make no money. I'm sure the rental companies will probably stick with big companies like FedEx. That's why they will keep restrictions. Well, they're always going to have those big companies, but the restrictions, not the mileage. The mileage restriction is due to the manufacturing problems right now, and due to the global chip shortage. The other restrictions are due to the scammers. A lot of people want to get into the box truck business, but they don't want to. The same way they stealing Hellcats, they stealing 26-foot box trucks. They stealing them from people. They stealing them while they parked, and they're sending people into the truck rental places and scamming them. You know what I'm saying? So the box truck rental companies are gonna make their money. You know what I'm saying? Because the people who are paying, they're paying you. If you're paying $1,500 a week for a box truck rental, that would be 3 box trucks in 2019. That would be 3 box trucks in 2018 that you're renting. So for one person now that they're renting a box truck to for $1,500 a week, that's 3 customers. That's how you should look at it. All right. That's how you should look at it. So even though they have less box trucks, they're still making more money. They've tripled their rental costs. So one box truck, all right, sending one box truck out now would equate to 3 box truck rentals 3 years ago. And I know inflation has gone up, but it hasn't gone up as far to that point. I think a fair rate right now with inflation, $450 is what I would pay when we needed trucks. I think $650, $700, no more than $750 now. I was at $657, but now I'm at $750. I think that's fair. With inflation going, I think $750 a week is fair. All right, that's a little over $100 a day. I would pay $1,000 for my moving company for a truck, right? But the only reason I would pay $1,000 for my moving company is because one move is going to cover that and still make money. You do 1 3-4 bedroom move, that move might pay $2-3 grand. So if my cost is a little bit under $1,000, the truck is $1,000, I still made $1,000. And then that truck is the got it for the rest of the week is profit. It's not burning no miles, right? Because it's local. It's sitting somewhere half the day, and it's driving 10 miles across the 5, 10, 15 miles across the studio out to the suburbs, and it's sitting there another 4 hours while they unload. And that's at $250, $300 an hour. Times 10 hours, right? Plus all the fees, the fuel fee, the truck rental fee, and all the material costs. That's the only way I'm paying that type of money for a 26-foot box truck. If it's in a business that's making that type of money. a moving company, you do a move, you're making $3,000-$4,000 on a move, you know? So, hey, Patsy, that sound like what they do in Facebook groups. Shit's real out here. It's definitely real out here right now. JP just doesn't want to scare folks. JP ain't coming up off no money right now. JP, I heard JP, one of those banks said, I know Wells Fargo said they ain't giving out no loans right now. One of those banks, I think it was Wells Fargo. Dub G, what's going on? Yeah, hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. I appreciate it. It helps the stream get into the algorithm. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hit that like button. Share the stream if you know someone out there that is in the trucking, box trucking, or whatever that may need some of this information that's being spit tonight. I may have to revoke my your authority. Yeah, I mean, if it's something that, you know, you're getting to that point after the speech that I put on, if you feel like that's what you need to do, then that's what you need to do. Just don't, you know, I don't want to see more people just, you know, drain the well, you know, like as the walk said, hopium. I don't spread hopium. I'm a realist. I'm a realist, you know, and being a realist seems like it comes off as being a little bit pessimistic. But right now, if there was good news, there was good news. The only thing I can do is get solutions, and I pretty much given all the solutions. It's either you're gonna go final mile, curbside, or 2-man final mile. You're gonna scale down to a cargo van because that's where the abundance of work is, right? Or you're gonna do gig work. If you're struggling in the middle mile, you're struggling with Amazon, like there's other solutions. You just have to come out of your comfort zone. And if you don't want to pivot or transition into one of those other lanes, then you have to you're either going to continue to operate at a loss and just drain yourself till you have nothing, or you're going to have to gracefully bow out temporarily until you can re-enter, you know. And that's just basically what it is, you know. So I mean, if you're if you feel like that's the best thing you got to do, then you got to do it, you know. It's just what it is. Hopium. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with having hope, but you know, sometimes you just need to face reality, you know. And I think facing reality could just be pivoting. It doesn't necessarily have to be going out of business. You know what I'm saying? You can pivot. There is opportunities for curbside final mile. It's not going to be too many of them for too much longer, you know, because a lot of people are taking that opportunity to pivot. So, you know, it is what it is. I gave some companies, RNL carriers, um, RXO, um, I know T Force has an opportunity for Home Depot, curbside final mile. Some stop, majority of stops are curbside. They have some stops that go inside, but for the most part, I do have some subs that are running that 1-man curbside final mile. I've had some people that have reached out to T Force and they've been turning them away at the door. So um, I know in one market, I'm not going to say the market because I don't need people running because people already ran to that market where I said I got a sub running it, and people ran to that T Force like the very next day to the point where they closed the door. So I can't get that market because they're not even letting people in. But the opportunities are there. But in business, you have to have credit and the ability to get working capital. I think I talked about this one. Yeah, I spoke on it to sustain things when it's slow. Getting into this with no money is realistic. Yeah, I spoke on it, but just to tap on it real again, you're right. You're absolutely right. But you know, the whole thing with the box truck thing is there was a bunch of people that have gotten. It was like an influx of people that got in within the past year, and they just don't have the resources or the credibility to get things that you may get or that I may get because of the tenure of certain um, lenders would touch people or give people opportunities that have those years in business versus a person who's in business their first year and they're already, due to the economy, not due to their not due to their actual how they operate their business. They're going under because of their negligence or their ignorance, so to speak. But due to the economy, the situation that's going on with the economy, uh, that's further the reason why a lending institution won't give you the money. Most businesses fail within the first year. By year two, 50% businesses have already failed. All right. This is why banks don't loan businesses money or even talk to you until you've been in business 2 years. They want to see if you can sustain the first 2 years of business. Unfortunately, a lot of people that have gotten into the box truck industry within this past year, they barely made it a year, and we have an economic downturn, unfortunately. So it's like bad timing. You know what I'm saying? It is bad timing, but then it isn't, because we know, uh, 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 we knew inflation was coming. People that understand economics knew this. A lot of people jumped in. They don't know economics. They don't understand it. They never studied it. I get it, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's here now. You know what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, for a lot of these people, they don't have the resources that a person who's been in business, uh, let's say at least 3-4 years has. And obviously, if you've been in the business a lot longer, you have a lot more different avenues and roads you can go down uh, uh, for lending. Might be best for some people to just go back company for now till the economy gets better. Yeah, but a lot of people don't have that. See, you drive semis, you got a CDL, so, and that's what your situation. You did that, but for a box truck person, they don't have that. They don't have that luxury. They don't have that luxury of that little bitty plastic card with CDLA on it or CDLB. So, whereas a person who has a CDL can turn in their truck and go drive for Werner or JB Hunt or Schneider, a person who has a box truck, if they're not making it right now, they got to turn in their box truck, go enroll in CDL school for 4 to 7 weeks, depending on the school you go to. And going to CDL school now is a lot higher than going to CDL school prior to the pandemic. All right. I was thinking about transitioning over to CDL. I just inquired with 160 Trucking in September. It was 5,200, right? 5,200. Re-inquired again a week or two. Now it's 7,200. So within 2 months, they went up another 2,000. All right. A couple years ago, it was just 2,500. But the point I'm trying to make is within the last 2 months, they went up another 2,000. It was $5,200. The lady told me in September. Now it's 7,200. So $7,200. And a person who's running a box truck, they would have to shut their box truck business down, enroll in school, come up with the capital. The grant people, for some reason, they're not. From what I'm hearing, they're overwhelmed right now because people don't have the money to invest in CDL school, so they getting over flooded with the grant, and it's a waiting list for that. And that's if you can even get through. I'm hearing people saying, man, they're not even responding to the emails or the phone calls or the voice messages. It's a waiting list. It's a waiting list for that. So, if you got a CDL, yeah, you can kind of pivot a little bit easier. But if you don't, then it's a little bit harder. You just keeping it real, man. I try to keep it real and be transparent and just give people the facts. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you, oh, well, this is this and this is that, and it's not. What this is final mile. Final mile is still winning. Curbside or 2-man. Gigs are winning. Cargo van routes are winning. The only people out here complaining are spot market people. Not all spot market people, but the majority of them, and Amazon people. That's it. You giving real game out here, man. I'm trying. I just want people to um understand. That it's still hope. And the only reason I'm doing this one and this is the topic is because it's just easier for me to put the content out instead of responding to the same type of series of messages that I get just from different people. Answering the same question. A lot of times people have a question, but they don't see. The thing is, and I get it because I was once that person. You're in a business where um um a lot of decisions you don't have anyone to talk to. So I used to have this decision. I used to have a lot of ideas running through my head, and by me not knowing anyone else in the business that had experience in the business, I used to get frustrated because I didn't have nobody to talk to about it. So I didn't have anybody to bounce ideas off. So a lot of my subscribers would just DM me and say, hey Mark, I just wanted to know what you think about this. And I respond to everybody, and they tell me that whatever it is they're having right now, and they just want my my honest opinion. I don't never tell a person what I think they should do. I say what I would do, or I give them my honest opinion. But I always put that disclaimer, do what you want to do, but this is what I do, and blah blah blah. And I'm gonna say nine, let's say 7 out of 10 times when I tell a person, when they ask me what I think, they say, what, I was thinking the same thing. I just wasn't sure. I just wanted another person's opinion that is experienced in this industry, because I don't know anybody personally that I can go to that's experienced, um, that I would value their opinion. So I appreciate people, valuing my opinion. But 7 times out of 10, when they ask for my advice, they already are leaning towards the same thing that I'm giving them. They just wanted a second opinion. So, that was just the whole purpose of just talking about exiting, tonight, because a lot of people are exiting. I had every time I go live, somebody's either telling me they're about to exit or they just took their truck back. And on top of that, I get the DMs about, man, I'm drowning, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. What should I do? What should I do? I tell them about Final Mile, tell them about Curbside. Some people look into it. Some people have given me a testimony and say, hey, Mark, thanks for this. I came Final Mile and to save my business. Some people say, yo, I can't be lifting nothing. Or, man, Mark, you know anything where I can do? Where I don't got to lift. Or sometimes some people just don't have the other option. The doc to doc, no touch freight is the only thing they can do due to maybe physical ailments or things of that nature, or age. But I still give them my honest opinion on what I would do. You know what I'm saying? But I also give them other solutions, and then they can ultimately make the decision for themselves. So that's what I wanted to talk about exiting, because a lot of people are exiting. I said it last month that not February, December, you're going to see a lot of people exit, and you're going to see a lot of people exit, and a lot of people are going to exit in January. My whole purpose speaking now is, don't drain your well. If you're having a hard time now, it's only gonna get harder in January. That's just the honest to God truth. Unless Biden decides he wants to kick out some stimulus this month, then that's the only way. After Christmas, you're gonna see a bunch of returns, which is why some of these retailers are saying they're gonna implement a return fee this year. And after that return season, it's just gonna get normally slow, like it always is every January. So it's just something to think about, proactive, and that's why I'm talking about it now, so that it can ponder in people's minds on what's coming up next month. Do you think being an owner operator will raise your chances of surviving this? I think everybody is an owner operator that I'm talking to in the room. So surviving this all depends on each person's situation. If you have high expenses, then you're one of the people that are hitting me up about exiting, who I'm talking to now. Or if you have high rental expenses and you're not making money, then you're one of the people who I'm talking to now as far as putting priorities and putting things in place for what's about to come. You know, I think, if you're a person who's been in the industry for a while and your costs are very minimal, you can sustain because you probably don't have truck notes. Your cost of million, your trucks have age on them, so your insurance isn't that high. You don't have any truck notes. Um, your operating cost is just a lot lower than a person who entered, within the recent year or so. Um, so a person like that is easier for them to sustain. I think coming into the industry now, I would tell you the same thing if I was on YouTube last year. Uh, if you were talking about coming to, I would say come in, exercise in extreme caution. More now than before. Last year, I would have said come in, exercise in extreme caution, because with all this stimulus that's being printed, all this money that's being printed, it can only do one thing but bring inflation. All right, it has to bring inflation. All right, so make sure that all the money now, these high rates and things of that nature, it's not going to be this way forever. So make sure that you're doing the proper thing with the money that making now. Make sure you're banking it, because you're going to need that money 10, 11 months down the line, to keep you afloat. That's what I would have been preaching last year at this time. This year at this time, saying exercise caution coming in, due to what's coming in, because there's a lot of uncertainty. Like, I can't forecast what's going to happen in Q2. I can only tell you what's going to happen in Q1. Just like Q3 of this year, I told you what's going to happen in Q4. All right. I don't jump ahead too far, because anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? This dude can shoot a missile at us. God forbid. I pray to God that don't happen. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen. So I don't like to forecast too far ahead. But I mean, forecasting Q1 is Q1 is always Q1. You know what I'm saying? Slow. All right. Everybody goes broke for Christmas. And people already been crying broke the second half of the year. So it's even broke on top of broke. And not everybody is broke, but you guys are hearing what I'm saying. And then you have to look at credit card debt. Is slowly, people got out of credit card debt when the pandemic hit. Stimulus took people out of credit card debt. People paid off their credit cards. Now credit card debt is on the rise. By the end of this month, you're going to see a spike in credit card debt, because people are using their credit cards to purchase Christmas items. All right. A lot of items are going to get returned, but then after Christmas and the holiday season is over, New Year's Eve, the turn up for New Year's Eve, there's going to be a turn up. It's probably not going to be a turn up like last year's turn up. People will really turn up last year because they had the money to really turn up. The turn up this year ain't going to really be like how it was last year. It's going to be a little turn up, but after that turn up is done, January is going to be dead, because it's always dead. February is going to be dead because it's always dead. You see a little signs of hope around tax season. All right, now here's the thing about tax season. The tax season we used to see prior to the pandemic, we're probably not going to see that type of tax season where you see people just get that money all around. Certain people get that money hit, boom, all around like middle, end of February. Some people get it at the end of January because they can't wait, so they take the loan out against I don't know. I never did that. Do they get it from the tax place where they front you the money for a fee or whatever? The IRS is so short staffed and so far behind. You know what I'm saying? It's people that still ain't got their taxes from this year yet because they short staffed, and then they got them chasing the PPP money. So they short staff. Half of the short staff is chasing the PP, all into the PPP, and then the other people still trying to process people tax returns from this year. So they just don't have a full staff where people just going to get hit with them taxes up front like that as quickly as they normally would. So I don't think you're gonna that tax season bump we normally used to see. For those that haven't been in the industry long, you used to see a little tax season bump around February. You see volume slowly start to tick up. People get that infusion of capital for tax season. I can't say that's even going to happen this year, because I know people that still haven't gotten their taxes from this year because the IRS is so far behind. It is what it is. Your president already said what's going on. They chasing the PPP. So half of them are chasing PPP, auditing PPP, and the other half is still trying to process Americans' taxes. And here we are entering the tax season again. So I say exercise extreme caution. I say enter at minimum. I know you a member. I know we did a consultation, Mr. Smith. My advice to you, and I know your situation, so I know you're straight as far as the capital is concerned. But even being straight as far as the capital is concerned, my honest advice to you, regardless of the money aspect, you still want to operate making money. I would never advise you to jump into something at a high cost. So still make sure you jump in at minimal cost. Don't rent a expensive truck. If you look to go buy a truck, because I know you can go cash out on one, I think you do got a truck. Just make sure your cost is low. I know we talked about insurance. Make sure you got a broker. Don't spend a lot of money on insurance if you don't have to. Be very mindful of your variable costs. I know you'll be operating the truck yourself. Pay attention to your variable costs. Find that sweet spot when you're over the road with your truck so you can maximize your MPG and save as much money as you can. On the personal level, don't take the money when you do start making it right now due to all the uncertainty. And, just be very frugal with the money you're coming in. Put that money aside for a rainy day because you never know what might happen. Now ain't the time to go get the Bentley. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my advice to you. Factoring is very expensive. Yeah, my lane doesn't require I've never had to factor, but I could see how it could be. I know I know some factoring companies have different, rates. But I understand running middle mile, you in some instances you got to factor because you need that money coming in so that you can keep doing what you got to do. 30-day payout, 60-day payout. Listen, I had a contract final mile with a company. I'll tell you the company, Nonstop Delivery. This is a company that sent freight to my warehouse. So my trucks didn't have to go to a third party 3PL. Nonstop is a third party 3PL, but the way they operate is they have a bunch of e-commerce contracts and the freight gets middle mile to your warehouse. In order for you to get this contract, you got to have a warehouse. So this stuff came to me. All right. I ended up having this contract for a couple years. I ended up having to dissolve the contract on my end due to the warehouse where I was operating at being sold. The owner who owned the place, he ended up selling the place. All right, and a church bought it, and they wanted to tear it down and build a mega church, whatever. All right, so how the story went. This company was so far behind on paying me. Right after the contract dissolved in February, right, I got a settlement somewhere between $2,000 to $3,000 every week, all the way to October. We dissolved the partnership in February, all right, but I still got paid every week until October, and each settlement was $2 to $3 grand. This how far behind they were paying me, and this is the only final amount contract I had that paid when they got paid. You know what I'm saying? So they paid you when whatever delivery that was going on, when they got paid for it, that's when the accounting released payment. So I would have payments that were months and months behind. All right, obviously I have other accounts that could float that account, but that account brought in the most volume because Nonstop has a plethora of accounts, and it kept my warehouse full and kept me going. But I had to other accounts had to pay for that account until the money caught up, and sometimes that'll put me in a tricky situation because times like this, like around the holiday, I remember there was three companies in Chicago that had that account. It was my company, Veterans Distribution. It was another company out in South Holland, Illinois, that had it. Now, Veterans Distribution, they handled all Home Depot. They didn't send me Home Depot. They gave it to Veterans because Veterans had a bigger place. They had a state of the art warehouse, like 1,000,000 square feet warehouse. My warehouse wasn't that big. All right. So I couldn't get Home Depot because a lot of Home Depot stuff was curbside final mile, was like lumber, doors, things of that nature. And I just couldn't house that in my 20,000 square foot warehouse. Um, we got like furniture contracts. I had Human Touch, I had US Mattress, a lot of furniture stuff, things of that nature. What happened was with nonstop delivery, you have to do the delivery, and also if you do a delivery and the customer returns it, you got to do the pickup whenever the return popped into the portal. We also had Wayfair. Wayfair was the biggest account we had through um, nonstop. All right, so what happened was like around the holidays, Veterans Distribution got so backed up with Home Depot returns, with deliveries and returns, to the point they told nonstop, like, yo, we're not doing no returns. We don't have anywhere to house the returns, because the way it works is when nonstop put an order in the queue for a return for you to pick up, you see it in the queue, you contact the customer, you schedule it for return. You can do the routing in your system however you want to do it. You get a customer a time and a day, they got to take it. They don't have an option, right? So once you retrieve the item for the return, you bring it back to your warehouse. Once you retrieve it, then you got to go in the portal, upload the paperwork that you retrieved the item back, return from the customer, and then nonstop delivery schedules a middle mile company to come to the warehouse to pick it up to middle mile. Now, 70-80% of the time, they would send a middle mile carrier to pick it up. About 20% of the time, some retailers would be like, yo, it's a return, just destroy it and dispose of it. So sometimes it would be stuff still brand new in the box. Sometimes it would be like, let's say, I remember we had like this $5,000 bedroom set. I can't remember what furniture store it was, but it was in pristine condition. Uh, my company delivered it. The customer just decided they didn't want it. They rescheduled a return. It might have been from Wayfair, because Wayfair has that real lenient return policy. I don't know how Wayfair makes money. I swear to God, about 50% of the stuff we delivered from Wayfair, we had to pick it back up. I swear to God. But anyway, this was a bedroom set. It was probably a 7-piece bedroom set, king size, headboard, footboard, side rails, 2 nightstands, dresser, armoire, chest of drawers, and it was in pristine condition. We wrapped it, palletized it in the warehouse, because everything has to go on pallet, because the middle mile company picks it up, and we got to load the truck either we have to load with our forklift, because 9 times out of 10 it was a 53-footer. That company just told us to dispose of it. They were like, man, skip it, dispose of it. We're not gonna pay to have a truck pick it up, bring it back to a warehouse, middle mile it back to us. What are we going to do with it? We can't resell it, throw it away. But long story short, they refused all the Home Depot orders. So nonstop delivery put all those orders on me, all the returns. They kept shipping them Home Depot, but they wanted my company to do all the Home Depot pickups for the city of Chicago and the suburbs. So I log in one day, you know what I'm saying? I see 163 Home Depot returns. I'm calling like, man, why are y'all flooding me with this? Well, veterans said they don't have no more room. I'm like, well, what makes you think I got the room? I don't got the room. 163 returns. And this is like Home Depot stuff. So it's doors, it's long lumber, man. But we did it. Long story short. And that was just the first day. They hit me with like another 100 the next day, and it just kept coming. So long story short, getting back to the pay, since we're talking about this factoring, because I never factored, all those Home Depot pickups we did that week, that infusion of returns we did, I didn't see that money, all right, for all those returns to about a year later. All right. And it cost me a lot of money to do those returns, obviously, because I had to dedicate a truck for like a week or two just for Home Depot returns. All right. Just for Home Depot returns. All right. That's how many of them was. So every day I had a truck picking up 15 to 20 stops of just Home Depot returns. And obviously the crew that I had doing, they were happy it's returned. They don't have to worry about nothing getting damaged, but it cost me money to do that. And I didn't see that money until like a year later. That was the only account that I had in Final Mile that didn't turn money over like that. And then the initial first payment, I had to wait like 2 months. So once the account started, like I didn't get my first settlement for 2 months. So every other account I've had in Final Mile, I've always paid weekly or bi-weekly. But I understand why middle mile drivers have to factor, because even if that's your only stream of revenue, you got to have money to float you week to week to week to week. So it's just one of those things you in that lane where you just got to do it. Fact, and no brokers would touch you without age on your MC. That means limited loads. Yeah. So coming into the game now, that's also something you got to think about. Real talk, it's very hard to get a small business loan right now. Definitely hard to get a small business loan if you haven't been in business 2 years. Even if you've been in business 10 years right now, it's hard to get a loan. Good credit, great credit. It's just hard to get a loan. Banks are um, they're just very shaky right now with giving money out. They want to keep their money, or keep other people's money. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to give loans out because it's too risky right now. The state of the economy is risky. It's too much uncertainty, and they're expecting a lot of people to fold. You know what I'm saying? So hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. I appreciate if you hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Not too many people know tricks like looking your MC to get around that. Or cooking your MC, I'm sorry, to get around that. There's a lot of different tricks of the trade. Uh are you talking about what are you talking about, the loan, or are you talking about the truck rental? Cooking your MC. Who is the Marcus Henderson Interstate Crew? In Detroit, who do you suggest as a decent final mile company? Um, if you're in Detroit, um, go with RXO. I mean, your insurance is gonna be hell. Gonna be a lot of money, but as far as uh freight, they got the freight because they got all the accounts. After RXO, you want to probably look at NAL for IKEA. Because IKEA is an easy account where you can't really do too much damage. Um, if you want to look into something where they'll provide you the truck, you look at UST. Now you're dealing with Lowe's. Um, you got Pilot up there. They have Best Buy. They also got IKEA in some markets. Um, what else you got? You got JB Hunt. They have a final mile division running Lowe's. They pay on they don't pay on a higher scale, but that's an option. Select Express has Bob's. Select Express also has a medical courier route for hospital beds in a couple markets. I know they got one. I know they got a couple opportunities in Tennessee, not in every market, but if there's anybody in Tennessee is looking for one man final mile, Select Express has two um, openings right now in Tennessee for one man um, um, final mile for hospital beds. So it'd be picking up from a dock, going into whatever. What do you call those hospitals and those urgent care places? So that's an option. So Select has up in your area. I think they're running Bob's. I think they start at 650 a route. So those are some options for you up there in Detroit. What app was there? The app that I showed earlier was Roadie, Roadie. I'm gonna work on a affiliate link for Roadie. Who do you go through to get Home Depot curbside? Look at T Force. Look at T Force right now. It's not curbside in every market. Some markets it's 2-man curbside. I know they got it in a few markets because I know people that are running it curbside in a few markets. I have a 24-foot with the lift gate. I'm just looking for more options in case what I'm doing now slows down. Okay. Fanatics is on Roadie. Roadie, Roadie. Thinking about doing Walmart Spark before I get into the box truck game. Check out Walmart Spark, but also check out Walmart on Roadie. Walmart on Roadie sometimes pays a little bit more depending on your market. Um, I know someone that does Spark, and she told me her rates. She sent me some screenshots of her rates. And when I look on Rody, um, Rody here pays about $24, $25 a stop. Flat screen TVs, they start you at 30 a stop. So I don't have a Rody referral link. I'm gonna look into one, and if I get one, I'll shoot a video and I'll put it in the description. Trump made that happen. People got to eat real good. Now they suffering. Yeah, you know what? But a lot of people, a lot of people were just naive. I knew what was coming, so I prepared for it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do anything. I didn't make any, hasty um purchases. I didn't do anything too hasty, you know what I'm saying? Because I knew it was coming. I made a lot of money in 2020. I made a lot of money in 2021 outside of trucking. I took advantage of other opportunities that a lot of people weren't thinking about because they were too busy out buying dirt bikes and going to Punta Cana and doing things that they never did before because they never had the money they had because of PPP. And I ain't making fun and cracking no jokes. I'm just keeping it 1,000 out with you. You know what I'm saying? So, I took advantage of what was going on as far as the stock market in 2020. I took advantage of. I rolled that money over into crypto in 2021, and I ran up a big old bag. I had other things going on. I still got the trucking, the moving. Even though those businesses scaled down to the lack of employment and employment hasn't recovered, I still made good money because my expenses are very, 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 very low. And pretty much everything I've ever wanted, I've already achieved the success to purchase things that I wanted and do things and travel all over the world and things of that nature. So a lot of the new money that people came into, I wasn't in that new money phase. That new money thing that people go through, because everybody go through it. I went through it. I had new money. I didn't do it the first, second, third. It took me it took me 4 or 5 years to really, start enjoying the fruits of my labor because the first 4 years I was aggressively building. So I really didn't do anything until 2015. And that was by force because the person I was dating was like, yo, you work too much. We going to Jamaica. Yo, we going here, we going there. And then we just did it. If that person I was dating at the time wouldn't have been pushing the issue, I would have just kept working. You see what I'm saying? But taking those trips and doing those things, sometimes you need, I had worked myself to a point where I could comfortably take those trips as far as money wise and do those things and kind of take those week or 2 week to reset. Um, but 2020, 2021, I took advantage of Trump infusing the stock market. You know what I'm saying? We probably never see a stock market like that again. I took advantage of it. I understood it. I looked at certain companies like CCIV and Lucid and Workhorse and Neo, and I'm looking at the valuations on these companies, and some of these companies didn't even have a vehicle. CCIV didn't even have a car didn't even have a model, but that stock ran from nothing to $60. It wasn't worth that much. I understood it. I made my money. I got out because I knew eventually it was going to crash, and it did. But then I knew that the bull market was coming for crypto. So I rolled all that money from that infusion that Trump put into the stock market into the crypto market. I ran it up over there. All right. And then, I didn't go out and do anything hasty. So I get you. Trump did make that happen as far as giving people that stimulus money, but you also got to understand that um, well, you not you gotta understand, but people have to understand that when stimulus comes, it's also going to bring inflation. People who pay attention to, even if you don't know economics, if you would have just paid attention to the news at that time and things of that nature, um, they were talking about it, you know. So if you didn't understand it, if you watched the news, you would have heard it over and over and over, and then you would have had to do your due diligence to go research and see what inflation is, to understand what was coming up, so that you would know that, yo, I can't, like, I've talked to people that said they jumped into this game and went and rented 4 or 5 trucks last year, you know, and they just thought that this was just the way, you know, at the point where they entered, it's just the way, just what it was, and it just wasn't like that. And then now we're here, and a lot of people just don't understand why we're here. You know what I'm saying? Trump did what he did, but, you know, if you knew what you were doing, you were able to take advantage of the situation. I took advantage of the situation, you know, so it is what it is. I didn't get a PPP, you know what I'm saying? I took advantage of other situations, you know what I'm saying? So people are suffering, yeah, but, you know, all money, listen, do I want to say all money ain't good money? I think the money was okay if you needed it and you did right by it. You know what I'm saying? But whoa, as far as inflation, was going to happen regardless. You know what I'm saying? It was going to happen regardless. The people who aren't suffering, the people who were prepared for it. You know, you can't live in the moment in business, man. You can't live in the moment in business. You can't. You can't live in the moment in business. You gotta prepare for the future. You know, you gotta keep yourself abreast of what's coming up. All right. So a lot of people got caught up in the moment. You know, people start leaving the room when you use that Trump word. You start saying Trump, people don't like that. But it is what it is. You gotta take advantage of situations, regardless of how people feel about certain people and things of that nature. And when you in business, you're a business person, you're gonna take advantage of situations. I took advantage of when he was in office. I look at it like this. He was a person, he was a businessman. So I knew with him coming into office, being a businessman and being a businessman, he was going to make the best opportunities for himself, and other business people were going to be able to tag along for the ride. I knew that in 2016 when he won. And I said, look, I'm going to ride the wave. I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to take advantage of all the business person, because the person who's president is a businessman. He's going to make things better for himself, which are ultimately going to make things better for a lot of small business people in the country. And I took advantage of those opportunities. All right. And that's what you're supposed to do in business. I don't do business personal. I don't get personal with business. I don't get emotional. I don't do it. It's business. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of how people think about certain people on a personal level, I take advantage of business opportunities. And in that situation, that was a good business opportunity, because he made it because of him being a businessman. He made it good for himself, and then other business people in this country were able to reap the benefits of him making it good for himself, for themselves. Mark, I'm alive, currently doing a load for Amazon Relay. Where you at? You still up in Montana? The 2023 trucks from budget have 2,000 mile cap. And guess what? 2,000 mile cap, and probably high as hell on the insurance too. If they got an old truck, you might want to tell them to give you an old truck, which I doubt they have. Chinese New Year and shipping stops. I heard the Chinese still on lockdown. Is that true? I ain't been keeping up. Last I heard, they were still on lockdown. People complaining now are the ones that got lucky in 2020, 2021. They mistakenly thought that they were slick business people, real business people, survive and thrive in this market. I think I answered that. I agree with you. Uh, at some point, but I think a lot of people that are not making it now, that thought they were slick or got in 2021, they just caught a raw deal, and they just didn't understand business. Period. When they got in, I don't think they were slick. I think I think I think a lot of people are just ignorant, and not ignorant in a bad way. I mean ignorant in the true definition of ignorant, just didn't know. I think they were slick as far as getting the money. You know what I'm saying? A lot, and not the people who didn't legitimately have a business or created a business to get the money. I think, yeah, I feel you in that regard. But there's some good people out here that just were just not educated business people and didn't understand that the business that they were entering into at that point was already inflated. It was going through a bubble, and that bubble was going to pop, and they just didn't understand it. Because you had we talk about this all the time. You got influencers that were pumping it up at the time. Um, you got professional content creators that jump from one thing to another. I talked about this the other day, but I'll mention it again real quick because I know people weren't here Tuesday. You have a such thing, and a lot of people think certain people are scammers. You got some that are scammers, but then you also got some people. Hit the like button too, guys. Hit the like button. You also got some people that are professional content creators, and they're gonna jump from one thing to the next. Whatever, when they go to Google Trends and they go to Google Trends and they see what's trending, if that's something that they feel like they can make content around, they're gonna make content. If they've been a professional YouTuber 2, 3, 4, 5 years already, and they're already checking a nice amount of money off YouTube, it was nothing for them in 2020 to go purchase a box truck for 30, 40,000, make some box truck content. And when they saw the decline coming, they got up out this thing and they left everybody hanging. They told you how it was great. They told you I just made $1 million this week running for Amazon Relay. I just made $2 million this week running the low brand. I know these numbers I'm saying are exaggerated, but I'm doing that to be humorous. But you guys get what I'm saying. Everything you saw last year, I just made with a number. I just made with a number. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. I made 100,000 this month with a box truck. I made $5,000 my first box truck load. A lot of people jumped the gun because they had the money. And then those people don't even make box truck content no more. So I can't really consider them scammers. I just consider them professional content creators. And a lot of people fell victim to that. So I agree with you. They thought they were slick, and some people were just ignorant to the fact that they didn't know what they were buying into. They didn't take the time to do the due diligence to understand the actual business and what was going on at the time, and that what was going on at that particular time just wasn't the norm. And it's unfortunate, but they have to look at it as a learning lesson. And for the people that are going to survive, they're not going to make those mistakes again. For the people that have to exit and re-enter, they're going to re-enter exercising a lot more caution um next time. And then they're going to pay more attention to the economy. They're going to brush up on, or maybe take an online course in macroeconomics. And it's just going to make them much smarter businessmen and much more smarter business women. It just is what it is. Yeah, but I get you. I definitely understand what you're saying. Yeah, that rental finesse is something that's going to unfortunately keep a lot of people that I want to enter the box truck industry. Is not gonna help them any. And even people who've been in the industry who may need to rent a truck for whatever reason, it's just gonna make it bad. But it's unfortunate. The finesse game is real now as technology advances, and this younger generation, they just don't want to pay for nothing, so they're gonna finesse any situation they can, and they finessing the box truck rentals now. So it is what it is. Real sauce, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Heavy Goody. What's going on? Keep it real is needed. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Most people in box trucks don't have this CDL to fall back on, right? So that's why I was telling. Um, that's what I was telling. Who was I telling that to? I was telling that to Dub G earlier. See, he has his CDL to fall back on. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of box truck owner operators don't. So, here's another thing. A lot of box truck owner operators left their jobs last year to do this, all because of what was being promoted on the internet. So there's a lot of people that left their careers to be, their own business owners in this industry, and they're dealing with that right now. So they're dealing with that mental um depression, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Anguish, depression. So the sentiment is down. right now, and I understand, but there's other solutions. Like I keep saying, you can pivot. That is a whole third part of this whole live stream. Tonight, box truck rentals, exiting and pivoting. You can always pivot. You have to get out that comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lane. Final mile. There's definitely a lane. If you're not making it in the middle mile, you have been so correct. Hey Keith, man, I appreciate you, man, for checking in and subscribing and keeping up with the channel, man. Thank you. Wow, when I got my CDL, it was less than 1K. Yeah, man. CDL right now, inflation is really kicking behind, in many different industries. And I literally just watched the CDL go from 5,200 to 7,200 in 2 months. 2 months, 52. And that's at 160 trucking. All right. So they're high as hell anyway, but yeah. I was on the waiting list for over a year to get the grant to get my CDL. Yeah. So that grant, and you got yours for less than a G. All right. So imagine how long that waiting list is now. Joe, long time no hear. What's good, sir? Have you looked into van line opportunity? They have opportunities to do commercial moves and regular move opportunities. Also, van line was hiring for final mile. Here's why I don't want to get into franchising. I'm already having a hard time with labor now. Like labor, I don't ever think, well, at least no time in the near future, labor is going to get back to the way it was, man. So, me personally investing into or scaling the moving business up, going van lines, my fear would be hiring labor. Like I don't have the issues. I talk about this all the time. I'm very transparent on my channel. I don't have the issues that everybody else is having. My issue is labor. No one wants to work. No one wants to work. It's hard finding people to work. It's not as easy as it was. So if I go from a independent business owner, moving company, guy, to a van line guy, yeah, okay, I'm gonna get the stream of work from the van line, whether it's Mayflower, whether it's Wheaton, whether it's Atlas, right? Mayflower, whatever. They're gonna streamline me the work, but I still have to have the labor. And not only do I have to have the labor, I have to have um uh when because you're in the moving business just like me, I have to have the right labor. When you're dealing in a high liability driven business like moving and final mile, you can't just send anybody out. And the applicants that I've been coming across since the summer of 2021 just ain't worth me. I wouldn't even have them flip a hamburger. So let alone send them into somebody's house and think they're going to be capable physically and mentally of moving a 400-500 pound Ralph Lauren $20,000 Ralph Lauren armoire. So and these, and which is a vintage armoire. And the reason why I'm using that as an example is because that's something that we recently had to move. And by it being Ralph Lauren, by it being vintage, Ralph Lauren doesn't make furniture anymore. I know that this thing was vintage and was old and was worth a lot of money. Like to move something like that, you have to be really, really experienced. And a lot of the experienced movers that I was able to have and keep in my earlier years up until, the pandemic, have aged. The same situation that's going on with other industries as far as this was what we talked about Tuesday night for those that weren't here, the generation gap. The reason why a lot of things are that's going on as far as employment is not just due to the fact that the pandemic changed the way people think about or approaching work. People want to work when they want to work, how they want to work, and things of that nature. Also the generational gap. Boomers are retiring. Generation Z are not filling those roles. For every 6 boomers that retire, only 2 Generation Zs are filling those positions, right? They're not interested in vocational opportunities. Apprenticeship for electricians is down. Plumbing apprenticeships are down. Diesel mechanics down. Automobile mechanics down. Carpentry down. Like all vocational apprenticeship schools enrollment is down. All right. Generation Z's interest is technology has made them spoiled. I talked about this Tuesday. Me looking to revamp my moving company to a van line, I just wouldn't feel comfortable doing it because I would make that commitment, and I just know that it's going to be hard finding not only people, that's going to be a issue, but finding the right people to do this type of work is just not. That's my biggest fear. Now, if you can show me some statistics or some analytics to prove me otherwise, to make me change my mind, I would be more than interested to hear it. But I know Mayflower ain't gonna provide me the labor. I know that's gonna be on me, and I think that would be my biggest challenge. So I hate to say it, but maybe a purge in the system is what's necessary. Oversaturation kills any industry. Um, the whole thing with America being short truckers, I believe it. I 100% believe it. So I don't think there's a oversaturation. I'm gonna be honest with you. And if and based on what I just said and what I know for sure, because I've gone through that transition in my business as far as labor. Um, I think as time goes on, the more boomers that exit, labor intensive industries, blue collar jobs, it's probably going to get worse. I think there's going to be a shortage. I think there's a shortage now, um, um, because Generation Z is just not going to do this type of work. They have no interest in the work, and boomers are coming out. They're coming out. Like this is the truth. Boomers are coming out. Generation Z is not replacing those seats. They're not replacing these vocational industries as the boomers retire out, fizzle out. All right. Everybody wants to be Daniel Mack. He became a millionaire just off of going up to people saying, "Man, this is a nice car. What do you do for a living?" Or however it goes, "What do you do for a living? This is a nice car." Like, so, now because he was able to get some success on TikTok from walking around to people with nice cars, all dorky and stuff, and and ask people what they do for a living. Now you got people going ringing people's doorbells saying, "Hey, this is a nice house. What do you do for a living?" In hopes that they can take that same idea, flip it a little bit, and become a millionaire. And the person that's doing that 15 years ago, once they graduated college, would have probably signed up at DeVry or Lincoln Tech or some type of carpentry apprentice or some type of diesel apprentice or some type of electrical apprentice or plumbing apprenticeship or sheet metal apprenticeship, some type of, or went to trucking school. They would have had some type of trucking school recruitment when they come and do job fairs at the high school, and they would have graduated and went straight to trucking school. This is not what they're doing anymore. So I believe there's a shortage. I don't think there's oversaturation. I think there's not enough, and I think as time goes on, um, it's going to get worse. I mean, I'm seeing it. I'm sure you guys are seeing it. I'm pretty sure there's people in here that are older than me that have kids and they're streaming with their headphones on, playing video games, making thousands of dollars a month, just streaming and hollering that and cursing people out online and getting paid for it on Twitch. Or trying to be the next Daniel Mack, knocking on people's doors saying, "This is a nice house. What do you do for a living?" And hoping they blow up on TikTok. Or reselling sneakers, taking their money, standing in line all night for some for some off-white Jordan number 4s, standing in line with a tent for 5 days, getting rained on and pissing in a cup and all this, that, so they can get one shoe and sell it for 10 times worth what they pay for it retail price. You know, this is what the new generation is doing. So I don't know, man. I don't think it's oversaturated. I don't. But that's just my 2 cents. Had to leave emotions out of it. It's time to leave. It's time to leave. It's not failure. It's restructuring. Yeah. So, restructuring a business, is nothing wrong with restructuring. Just like, and I like I always say, I'm very transparent. Like I just said, I know I'm never gonna see my peak in business and trucking and moving. I'm not gonna see that no more. Never. I'm never gonna see 15 trucks again. I'll never run that many trucks anymore. I know I'm not going to never have the manpower, even if I wanted to run that many trucks. I'm not going to get the manpower to do it like I did at my peak. Right? So that's a part of, understanding, and transitioning and understand, like nothing lasts forever. You got to be the person who understands it and able to stay ahead of the curve. Listen, those old guys that sat on the board of directors for Barnes and Nobles and Borders, those old guys that sat on the board of directors for Toys R Us for years and years and years and years, and they thought that they had it made in the shade, and they thought that it would be the way it was. Guess what? Borders Bookstore, Barnes and Nobles, Jeff Bezos put them out of business. Right? They should have had the R&D, the research and development, to understand and know what he did. They should have did it before he did it. But you get old and you get stuck in your ways and you don't do R&D, right? I do R&D. All right. I do R&D. I look into the future. I'm looking into automation. Like I understand that, and I've been talking about this stuff for months. It's just people weren't listening until now. Like when I called that peak season thing, that really opened people's eyes. People watch from afar, you know what I'm saying? But they're not gonna really give you the credit and pay attention until you really show and prove. I had to show up, even with on this channel, I had to show and prove that I know what the hell I'm talking about for people to even start really tuning in and give me credit. All right. I do my R&D. All right. I'm looking into automation. I understand that, labor is going to continue to be an issue. People want to work for themselves, and the new generation does not want to do labor intensive work. Right. So if I'm going to build anything new going forward, it's going to be something that I can make a whole lot of money and rely on less employment. I'm not going to personally build any other businesses going forward that rely on people. Period. Because I'm doing my R&D, I'm looking into the future. I see what's going on. I see that there's a big lane for e-commerce, right? I see that gig work is going to continue to grow, right? More people are going to leave corporate America and their jobs to do it, right? And I understand that retailers are in a race to get things to people the quickest. So that's going to provide more opportunities at higher pay for people to continue to find and create more opportunities for people to work for themselves. So on top of Generation Z not replacing boomers, the more opportunities that are out there for people to work for themselves, the less opportunities for owner operators, entrepreneurs, business people to have applicants coming in to apply for work for them. Here on day after Thanksgiving here, there was a bunch of fast food restaurants that couldn't even open. There was signs on the door. Someone went around on Facebook posts. It went viral here in Chicago. A lot of McDonald's, Burger Kings, Wendy's, a lot of fast food places had signs on their door due to short coverage today. We couldn't open. Due to short coverage today, only the drive-through is open because we don't have enough people to open the dining room. Due to short coverage, we can't even open at all because only one person showed up. which is whoever the manager was to open the store, the key holder. All right. So, and like I said the other day, like you work at McDonald's here pay $20 an hour. 15.25, 15.50 is the minimum wage here. Right. And minimum wage ain't getting nobody to work. So McDonald's here is paying 20.21 an hour, right? And if you stay for 6 months, they'll give you an iPhone 14. So you gotta stay 6 months. So that's like the sign-on bonus. And this is what they're advertising in the window. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's rough now because people can work from anywhere at any time. They have plenty of opportunities with gig apps. So just feeding off what he's saying, with business, you just gotta understand and know, the situation that's going on and make that decision. Listen, if it's not working for you, and the simplest way I can say it, put it like this: if it's not making dollars, it don't make sense. It's okay to stop and reset and figure it out. Don't exhaust all your capital trying to chase and hope something going to turn around. Listen, it's December now. If nobody else is not going to tell you, I'm going to tell you. All right. I was the bold person to tell you wasn't going to see the peak season that you hope for. And I was right. All right. So now I'm going to be the bold person to tell you this. If you're not winning right now, December is going to be a black swan event. I'm telling you, December is going to, like how they say on Game of Thrones, winter is coming. Look at it like that. January is going to get ugly. If it's ugly for you now, it's going to get ugly. And I'm telling you that because I know what the hell I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And I want people to be prepared. I wasn't around last year to prepare people for what's going on now. I prepared people at the end of the summer, fall. A lot of people didn't listen, but I'm telling you now, figure something out, set a date, set a deadline. If things don't turn around, don't drain all your capital. Pivot. You don't got to exit. You could pivot. Just do something. Just don't drain yourself. Jeremiah, what up? If you turn in a truck, cancel insurance, you can reinstate authority for $80 within a year once you get requirements back up. Q1 be slow because people that make the big money got to come up with their tax money. Well, Q1 be slow because people just don't spend no money in Q1. Q1 is always slow. Smart business people, Q4 is when we spend money. We try to spend more money in Q4 because we got to, what I'm saying, to decrease what we owe. As far as retail is concerned, if you're running consumer retail freight loads, Q1 is just slow because no one buys nothing. Everybody that's looking to buy things is buying it right now. All right. And then Q1 is like rest, recoup. Then tax season. But I don't think that tax season money turnaround, not the money, I'm talking about the turnaround. I don't think is going to be like that coming up because we already know the IRS is understaffed and we know they got a lot of those people auditing PPP. So, and that's why a lot of people still haven't gotten their taxes from this year. Real Spill, Sacktown and Bill in Sacramento, what up? Klarna and buy now later is the new scam that's going to crush people. Klarna and buy now pay now. You see that a lot on like these well, shit, everybody's using buy now pay now. A lot of companies, a lot of people are going to buy. And if you got to use those apps to buy little things for $100, $200, then that means you don't need to be buying it in the first place. You don't need to be buying in the first place. Those companies got real big with that whole Shopify phase. You see how quick that came in and left. A few people became millionaires off Shopify, and you don't hear nobody talking about Shopify no more. Shopify is down in the dumps. I think they're like down 28%. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. I remember Shopify was running it up during 2020 in the stock market. I think they were like, I never purchased their stock. I remember he got up to over $1,000 a share. So but this is a good example. Look at all those people that ran and built those Shopify stores. Where are all those people at now? I don't hear nobody talking about no Shopify store no more. What locations are the VIN numbers printed on budget trucks asking for a friend? The VIN numbers will be printed in the same place. The left, I know why you're asking too, but the left corner of the window. Is the left corner? Because they use GMC. Budget use GMCs. Depending on what, if you're talking about the 16 foot, they use GMCs and Ford E350 box truck cutaways. Should be in the left driver's side window, way down in the corner. I know why you're asking though. Mark, get your CDL. Um, I don't. At first I wanted to transition into uh, CDLs and hire drivers and just buy some tractors and hire drivers. But the more I think about it, the more I'm leaning away from it. Obviously, I would have to get my CDL because if I do want to do that business, I would at least want to be able to drive my trucks to the repair place. If someone quits on me, abandon my truck, go get my truck, be able to drive it, park it, things of that nature. I don't want to have someone come just move my truck for me. But the only reason I would get it is if I were looking to build a business with tractors. But just looking at everything going on, I was in this mind frame about 4 or 5 months ago. But just thinking about it, I think I want to focus. Like once I'm done with trucking, as far as the trucking and the moving, I think anything else I do going forward, as far as businesses, are going to be automated. I've had apps built, and things like that in the past. So I have other streams of revenue. But for me to go into that type of business, it's just going to put me in the. It's just. I don't think I want to. After thinking about it, I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to compete for employment versus the big boys, because the same thing I'm going through now as far as employment, it'll be easier to find people with CDLs. That barrier to entry as far as the CDL gives you more serious applicants once you get up to that role. I think the feat there would be due to the scarcity that I'm expecting of drivers as time goes on. Due to that scarcity, it's going to make the competition more fierce to attract drivers. I won't be able to compete with your JB Hunts, your Schneiders, and your Warners as far as sign-on bonuses, benefits, things of that nature. Operating on a smaller scale is only going to take me so far, and then to the point where I just got to say, wash my hands and give up, say this is all I can offer. And I truly believe that as time goes on, within the next 5 to 10 years, that 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 shortage of truckers, that number is going to continue to increase as more boomers come out and as more opportunities become available, which is going to make the competition to seek drivers more fierce. And ultimately, we know who's going to win that war. You know what I'm saying? On top of that, this is something that I haven't spoken on in a while, is the PRO Act. If the PRO Act gets enacted, pretty much AB5 is going to be a federal law. The PRO Act is under the Joe Biden infrastructure bill. For those that haven't read the infrastructure bill, or just went through the whole infrastructure bill, that was a part of the infrastructure bill, the PRO Act. The PRO Act is just a carbon cut copy of AB5. The whole thing with the independent contractors, this all started with the Uber and Lyft drivers out in California. They're the ones who kicked this all off. And I'm pretty sure that it may happen. And the reason why is because, you know, when they sued in California to halt AB5 from going into effect, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And when the Supreme Court finally got around, and the reason why it took so long is obviously because COVID hit, so it got pushed back, all right, for a couple of years, because it was the lawsuit was filed in 2019. COVID hit March of 2020. That pushed everything back. So when the Supreme Court finally looked at it, July of this year, they said, no, we're not picking this up. And because they didn't pick it up, it automatically put AB5 into law. When I saw that they didn't even look at it, because this is something that I thought the Supreme Court definitely would have taken a look at and possibly taken up. And when they just turned it away, it opened my eyes and said, well, you know what? That probably is because Joe Biden's thing is going to get pushed through at some point. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, AB5 was something big enough for, the Supreme Court to at least take a look at it. And they just said, no, it is what it is. So that's another thing. If the PRO Act gets enacted, then there's going to be no more lease-ons. So either you're your own trucking company or you're not, and a lot of, small trucking companies, they rely on, leased on drivers. That whole lane is now obsolete in California. So there's a lot of uncertainties and things of that nature that, investing into that time and money that would go into building that business where, there's uncertainty there. And I just don't understand if I would be able to be successful in it. I don't want to take the time or invest the money into something like that, as far as the PRO Act and as far as the employment. I'm just not willing to take that risk right now with everything that's going on. It's too much uncertainty there for me. Hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button. Hit the like button. I appreciate it. Thanks for the plugs. No problem. I'm in San Diego and I'm just in my research. I'm having a hard time finding logistics company here like T-Force or Spoke with opportunities. There's plenty of logistics companies in California. You got T-Force, you got RXO, you got XPO, you got Pilots, you got UST, you got Werner Final Mile, you got JB Hunt, I know is out there. JB Hunt Final Mile, if that's what you're looking to do. I mean, if you're running middle mile, then you got your load boards and you got Amazon. But if you're running Final Mile, there's plenty of opportunities. Look into RXO. I know RXO is out there. Looking to JB Hunt Final Mile. Select Express has I know is out there. Pilot. Look into CEVA, CEVA. You said LA, I mean not LA, California. Look into NAL. Look into Ford, FORWARD. Yeah, write those down and look into those and see what you get out of those. If you're not able to pull nothing up out of those, then you can always hit me up and I'll give you more. What do you suggest for 26 foot with liftgate in Charlotte or North Carolina in general? If you're not running middle mile, then you can always do final mile. Final mile. I mean, that's your only other option. Really, if you're talking about as far as work, now if you're talking about trucks, a 26-foot box truck with liftgate, what I would recommend, then I would say a Freightliner. But if you're talking about opportunities outside of middle mile, load board or Amazon Relay, I would try those companies that I just mentioned to Lonnie above: RXO, XPO, JB Hunt Final Mile, Ford Final Mile, NAL, Pilot, um, UST, JB Hunt Final Mile, Select Express. The list goes on. T-Force. There might be Top Hat is out there. I don't know if Top Hat is out there. Top Hat Top Hat is a company that actually originated from here, and they've spread out all over the country, and they pretty much got all the mattress accounts. So any mattress account, if you want to just do some light final mile stuff, just delivering mattresses, then they would be the place to go. Top Hat. If you're trying to think of another good one for you, I said Pilot. Yeah, just try those for right now. And then if you don't have any luck, you should have some luck in one of those. You don't have luck in none of those, then hit me up and I'll give you some more. It's always cycles. It's cycles to everything. You're right. Northern Cali box trucking, is there any hope? Yeah, it's hope. It's always hope. You just got to figure out the lane. I think what's going on right now, that easy money is over with. A lot of people made a lot of easy money last year, earlier this year, but that easy money is over with. Like, now it's time to use your critical thinking skills, guys. So critical thinking is gonna come into play now, and you got to pivot. You got to pivot. How do you think I felt? All right. I started a business 2010. 2013, I came off the truck. Scaled my business 2014 to 15 vehicles. All right. Ran a business, made a lot of money. Business kind of scaled down 2017, 2018. Still was able to make great money. Boom. Pandemic hits. People stopped working. Some people didn't come back to work. People worked, had to pay people more, things of that nature. Transition, everything going on in the world. George Floyd, people burning the city down, all types of stuff. People don't want to come to work. Just everything. A lot of things happened in 2020, right? Boom. Which made me have to get back out there and start back getting in the field, right? I had to do what I had to do to save the business. All right. Now, man ain't been on the truck since 2013. So that's 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 7 years of just sitting in the office, pointing in different directions, talking on the phone, falling asleep in the office, doing everything but being on the truck, lifting some stuff, and had to get back out there. I had to do what I had to do to save the business. Obviously, there was manpower wasn't there anymore. So here I am. I'm a man. So I had to get back out there. Right. It was difficult at first because I hadn't been out there in so long. But the point that I'm trying to make, and the reason why I'm telling you this, well, not you, but just everybody, as far as just pivoting, I had to pivot. I had to make a decision. I had to do what I had to do to save the business. Yes, one person, me, just my one self, but this one person was able to keep another whole truck going. You know what I'm saying? So I was able to keep another truck going with me going out there. You know what I'm saying? So I had to do what I had to do. So I think the easy work is over, guys. The easy middle mile, dock to dock. Some people are going to have to pivot depending on their market. I think if you can do final mile, you can find a good final mile contract in Northern California, whether it be curbside final mile, or if you can find someone to work with you delivering appliances or furniture, I think it would be a great pivot. These contracts aren't going to there's going to be some type of volume fluctuation, but it's not going to be to the point of, what middle mile is seeing right now with the volume in the spot market rates. Another thing that you guys want to probably think about, I don't know, I don't know what's going on with the rail. I know some people ask me that Sunday night and Tuesday. Nobody's asked me tonight, as I've seen, as far as I've gotten the comments. But that's something else, guys, that you want to look for. Somebody asked me the other night about the railroad strike. What I think as far as what'll happen with the box trucks, they asked me will it affect it, and yes, it will affect it, because guess what? If they do go on strike, right? All right, the ports are going to get backed up. All right, the ports are still slow. Ports ain't really busy like normal. The ports are slow. But what's going to happen, depending on how long, if they go on strike, how long they still on strike for, if the rail yards go on strike, the ports are going to start to get back there, because there's no going to be no trucks, no reason for a truck to go to a port to pick up a container to take it to a rail yard so it can go across country or come to Chicago. All right, because we're a big hub for intermodal. All right, and then from there get distributed. All right, there's going to be no reason to pick them up because they're not going to have nowhere to take them to because there's going to be nowhere in there to receive them. So there's going to be no partials for box trucks to run. So yes, that would definitely put a further damper on the middle mile trucking, and that's going to affect middle mile. It's going to affect Amazon too because a lot of things people buy on Amazon are from China. So all that stuff is just going to be stuck at sea and at the port. But that all depends on how long they'll be on strike for. So just something else for people to think about. But yeah, Northern Cali, there's hope. Just you just might have to transition if the middle mile or Amazon ain't working for you. Jada, great. What up? I think labor is the most difficult part of this. I know it's difficult for me. I know you say you're okay, but that's definitely what I've been struggling at for the past couple of years. Generation Z is going to find themselves replaced by bots. Well, Amazon is already implementing bots in their facilities. Um, and here's another thing. Generation Z does work. They just don't do traditional work like millennials and my generation, Generation X. They work. They just do gig work. They don't listen. They're not gonna do blue collar work. They're not finna come work for Mark. They're not finna come carry no furniture. They just not gonna do it. They too lazy. They not finna do it. They just not. And I'm knowing some people out there as Generation Z maybe listen, they may be cut different. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, Generation Z technology has spoiled them. They not finna do, they don't want to stick their hands down the toilet. They not finna go sign up for a plumbing apprenticeship where they gotta stick their hand down the toilet when there might be shit in there and all that. They too pretty and prissy. They not finna go do electrical where they might have to get electrocuted in a shock. They not finna do none of this stuff, but they are working. They just doing gig work. Gig work works well for Generation Z because they're not obligated to be somewhere. You know, it's like, you know, my generation, the generation after my, like, yo, they not finna sit in no cubicle for 8 hours a day making cold calls. They're not finna do it. They're gonna run their little routes when they want to run them, whether it's delivering groceries, whether it's delivering for Amazon, whether it's running for Roadie, whether it's delivering medical pharmaceuticals, whether it's doing DoorDash. This fits up their alley because it gives them the time to do other things. Generation Z does work. They just don't do traditional work like our generations did. So in between them trying to be the next Daniel Mack or the next whoever the other popular TikTokers are that became millionaires for doing goofy stuff like knocking on people's doors, asking what they do for a living. In between that time where they're doing that, they're running gigs because they can do that when they want to. They'll do it in the middle of the night. They'll do it first thing in the morning. They'll do it in the middle of the day. They're not obligated to be somewhere from 9 to 5. They can come and go as they please. So they're working. You know, they're just not doing traditional work, which is going to further put the Americans, as far as blue collar industry behind. Listen, I can't even get in to get an oil change right now from the dealership because they are short technicians. Like blue collar vocational industries are just short across the board. All industries. All right. So you are absolutely 100% right. You know, it's we haven't, as far as trucking shortage and mechanic shortage and plumber shortage and things of that nature. This ain't the worst of it. As the boomers continue to retire, it's going to get worse. I had to have a warranty repair for my dryer. The fuse or something went out, and it took them 3-4 weeks to send somebody out. And when the guy came out from the third party company Sears uses, said, man, it's only 2 technicians to cover this whole side of town from downtown Chicago to the whole south suburbs. Only 2 technicians covering half of that part of the city. So yes. And the technician that came, he said, man, I ordered a Ford Transit a year ago and they're backed up. As soon as the Ford Transit gets here, I already got the HVAC skills. I have the certification. When my van gets here, I'm starting my own business. I'm operating off the gig apps, Thumbtack, and whatever other gig apps. Thumbtack and TaskRabbit and the Hire Helper. He says, man, I can make more than $75 an hour with my skill set working for myself. He said, I'm just waiting on my van. I ordered it last year. I ordered a Ford Transit Connect. It's late. They told me 6 months. I've been waiting 12 months. But as soon as it gets here, I'm done with Sears. I swear to God. I swear to God on my grandma's grave. So even people that have certifications in HVAC and these skills understand that they can make a lot more money working for themselves. Just putting up their just putting up their creating a Thumbtack profile and working there. So it is what it is. They have bots ready for fast food industry and some restaurants are utilizing them. Hey man, I'm gonna put you on some sauce. I wasn't gonna tell you. I was thinking about doing a video, but this was gonna make people mad. But I'm gonna tell y'all in the line, they got bots for Amazon Relay. Just like they got sneaker bots for the sneaker app. Why you can't get those Jordans and you on sneaker app waiting for the thing to click over to go live so you can hit it and hurry up and put your information to get those Jordans in there and say, man, sorry you did not get them. You took them L's. And they got bots for Amazon Relay. They got bots for Amazon Flex. I just didn't want to put the video out because I feel like some people will get upset if I put that sauce out. So I ain't gonna put the video out, but I tell people on the live, like, yo, you can download, you can pay for a bot. I don't care what your grade is, CD, whatever. You get the right bot, you're gonna get the best loads. The reason I found out about the bots, because somebody I know that does Amazon Flex, right? They said, man, the reason why I can't get the right she said the reason why she couldn't get the right she wants to work out of a certain store, all right, but she likes to run instance, all right, instead of doing blocks. And she said there's a group of people that operate out of the store that she wants to do instance for. I may be saying, I don't know if I'm saying this right, instance for, that have these bots, and they showed her these bots, and what the bots does for Amazon Flex is, before, as soon as it hits the board, the bot will pick it up and snatch it and snatch it and snatch it and snatch it. So same thing with Amazon. I looked into some of these bots for Amazon Relay. Pretty much the same thing. You could just compare it like to the sneaker bots for like the sneaker app. It'll once you set the parameters you want for the bot, you set like the rate, the minimum amount per mile, the maximum amount per mile, the maximum distance, things of that nature. The bot is working 24 hours a day to the millisecond. All right. And it can bypass a lot of things that you can't, right? Same thing like how the sneaker bots for the sneaker apps. The sneakers, as soon as they hit it, before you even see it at 9 o'clock or wherever your time is when the sneakers drop, those bots already have those shoes in the queue. And that person who has the bot, who's paying that subscription, boom, and they can keep doing it. It's just overriding the stuff. Same thing with Amazon Relay. Same thing with Amazon Flex. They got bots. So there goes some sauce for you. You didn't hear it from me. I'm not doing a video. Person who watched this live, I've been on for 3 hours now. That go 3 hours into the live, they'll get that sauce. You know what I'm saying? There you go. It ain't free. You're gonna have to pay for it. But a lot of the reason why people ain't getting some loads is because there's some slickers out there that's spending that bread with the bot. They getting certain loads before they even hit the board, before you even see it, because the bot is working for them. There you go. Trump was telling people to get the CDI, was holding off the way they were doing the new system. You said CDI or CDL? I guess that would be the cost of sitting around smoking and leaning, and everybody wanting to be a rap star. No, the new generation is different. People are out, bots are in everywhere. San Francisco is allowing police robots to use deadly force. Surprise. Yep. I just dropped some Amazon relay bots, and I'll never put a video up about it because it's gonna be somebody that's gonna go look at a bot. They're gonna buy the wrong bot, and they go say, "Oh, Mark said," you know, you're gonna have some bots that don't work, some bots that do work. You got to read the reviews. You got to make sure the reviews are real. But you know, if you're running off load boards, they got DAT load board bots. Listen, the same bots that people buy for the sneakers app, they get all the sneakers and they're able to resell them. The reason why they always hit on the sneaker app is because they got the bot. Same thing with Amazon Relay. Same thing with DAT load board. Same thing with any other thing, you know, that you're bidding against someone else to get. There's a bot for it. You just got to spend the money and get the right bot. So it is what it is, man. Mark will always bring you the sauce. I might not bring it to you in video form. Sometimes I might drop it on the live. Sometimes I might not drop it at all. But a lot of people keep in communication with me in the DMs, and those people that always hit me up and then engage with me, I give them additional sauce that I might not be able to bring, because sauce like that, if I bring it, it's gonna mess somebody money up. And then when you get to messing with people money, that's when they're gonna get to messing and talking crazy with you online. So we not gonna mess nobody money up. We not gonna put things out there that could jeopardize people's earning potential. But you know, I'm gonna be transparent, and if it's some information I got now, when you running with them bots, I'm gonna tell you one thing: when you're running with a bot, and I don't run Amazon Relay, so I shoot, you know, it's not gonna affect me one way or another. I have no intentions on running it, but I'm gonna tell you this though: before you go out and try it, you're gonna try it at your own risk. There are some people that have said the bots have gotten them into trouble and got them deactivated on Amazon. There's other people that say the bots, they never, Amazon never reached out to him and said nothing about the bot. There's some people that said, you know, I got warned twice about the bot and then I cut it off after the second warning. So you know, it's all on the luck of the draw. I don't suggest you do it. I don't suggest you don't do it. But I'm just letting people know what's out there. I don't run Amazon. I'm not telling you to go do it. This is my disclaimer. Ain't nothing gonna happen to me either way. You know what I'm saying? So but I'm just letting y'all know, as transparency, there are people out there I know 100% sure on Amazon Relay that are running bots. You know, it is what it is. My insurance is around $1,300 a month with Progressive. Been in the game 6 months, no accidents. Who do you recommend for the lower rates? Get a broker. Get a broker. $1,300 a month. I could tell you got an older truck, so you may be able to save a few more dollars if you find a broker to find you another insurance company that can get you cheaper. It'll be a great time to be a company driver. If you a CDL driver, yep. I got homies that are company drivers that's checking about $3,000 a week, and they ain't got to worry about no expenses, no fuel, no repairs, nothing. They company drivers checking $3,000 a week. Now that's not going to be in every market. Obviously, you guys know where I'm at, so you know rails are heavy here, loads are heavy here, it's industrial here, and the intermodal is heavy here. So that's why, you know, local drivers can make that type of money here. But you know, if you do have a CDL, the transition from, if you're struggling middle mile right now, which a lot of owner operators, I know some owner operators in semi trucking through other people that I know, like my homies that drive for like JB Hunt and stuff here. I know some mutual people that are owner operators, and they're all complaining. No one's happy. All right. The transition from owner operator to company driver, it would be a good move if you have a CDL and you can make that transition smoothly. You know what I'm saying? So yes, you know, you know, being a company driver right now for CDL may be the move for some people. Do you mentor in other spaces or just logistics? Um, I mentor in other spaces. I mean, life mentoring. I'm not a life coach or nothing like that, but pretty much anything that I've done for a tenure over 5 years or more, I can mentor someone in. I don't consider myself a mentor. Like, I started investing into apps in 2019. The first two apps I spent money on to build failed. So I'm not going to sit up here and mentor someone on app development because I haven't mastered it yet. I don't build the apps. I come up with the ideas. I hire someone over in Pakistan because it's a lot cheaper than hiring app developers here in America. And I paid an app developer over there. I got a guy I've been working with since 2019. And I come up with ideas and I build apps. Now I can mentor someone on the process of how to go about it, and then once the app is getting built, how to get it on the App Store, iOS store, how to get it on the Google Play Store. I can tell you about all the parameters and all the BS that Apple puts you through. I can show you and talk to you about how easy it is to get it on the Google Play Store than the App Store. I can go all through all that with you, but I don't feel like I'm qualified enough to mentor in that field. So basically, what I'm saying is, I only mentor in things that I've been doing for a long time. But yeah, there's other things that I can mentor people in outside of trucking that I'm into. Um, yeah, as far as all lanes of trucking, I can not semi trucking. I know semi trucking the lane, but I don't feel like I'm qualified enough to mentor someone in that because I haven't physically done it. Do I know intermodal, reefer, dry van, the whole system of it? Yeah, because it kind of plays into what I've done and what I do in this industry. And then I think my market has a lot to do with me knowing a little bit more. And then my best friends are all semi truck drivers, and like my main best friend, he actually worked for me, and he just went and got his CDM skill. So I got a lot of information in, but like something like that, I want to mentor on just things that I uh um do. Like other things that I do, like if you say, Mark, I want to build an app. I heard you talking about you've invested in an app building. I wouldn't mentor you in that, but I answer questions that you may have if you were looking to get into it. I wouldn't have no problem with answering the questions, and I wouldn't charge you for it based on, you know, uh how to do it, how to get into it. Can you refer me to your developer, things of that nature? What do I got to do to get it on Apple? How much is it going to cost? Things of that nature. I would just answer those questions. But yeah, I mentor in other things outside of trucking, but it's just things that I've been doing for a long time. I'm not charging anybody. I don't like, I can mentor you in real estate and things of that nature, but um I don't have a platform for it. That's why I don't do it, but there's other things I can mentor people in though. Any suggestions for two 16-foot Isuzus? Like I said earlier, the 16-foot truck is kind of like the middle child. Um, I just don't really see a place for it right now, man. I'm just gonna keep it 1,000 with you. I capitalized on 16-foot box trucks in the early 2010s to about 2017, and then I saw that I couldn't make money no more. I was able to make money with 16 footers for those years. Now e-commerce is to the point where it's just really, really thriving, and a 16-foot box truck is stuck in the middle. It's like the middle child that he's not the baby and he's not the oldest. The oldest kid, he gets treated like the oldest. He's the oldest. He's going away to college. Everyone's happy. The youngest one is the baby. He's so cute and you pinch him on the cheek. But that middle child just stuck in the middle. The parents forget about him. You know what I'm saying? He's goes unnoticed, So that's what the 16 footer is right now. It's too much truck for a lot of the final mile, small parcel final mile that you see with gig apps and the office supply deliveries, dedicated and things of that nature. It's just too much truck for that, right? And then it's not enough truck for like your final mile, big and bulky furniture, appliances, and your Amazon relay. I know Amazon has some 16-foot cube trucks in some markets, but for the most part, that 16-foot box truck just doesn't really have a place anymore. The only thing I always say is the only account that I know of that has worked for a 16-foot box truck is Select, because they got all those retailers where they just don't have full truck 26-foot box truck loads worth of deliveries. They'll hit you with 2 or 3 bye babies. They'll hit you with 2 or 3 Dick's sporting goods deliveries, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? So a 16-foot truck would suffice, but then that's coming with um 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 assemblies. You know, you deliver for Bye Baby, you got to assemble those cribs. You deliver for Dick's, you got to put those treadmills or those ellipticals together. So that's the only account, or you know, those in-ground basketball goal installation. That's the only account that I know that's still around that will even um accept 16-foot box trucks. It's just too much truck for like the stuff that I be talking about, the cargo van stuff, and it's just not enough truck for the other stuff. If I were entering into the industry now and I wasn't going to go 26 foot, I just go cargo van. I would just go cargo van. I wouldn't even, because there's more opportunity for the cargo van than the 16-foot box truck. There's more opportunity, and it's going to cost you less, and it's going to cost you less to operate. So I would go for the van. Any suggestion for 2 dock height 60? I just answered that. Railroads, planes, and ships will make a difference in any aspect in this industry. Yes, indeed. Ancho Mike, what's going on, man? You must be on the road, man. I ain't seen you in none of the lives. I ain't seen you in none of Kirk's lives either. If you still in here, I know I'm about 20 minutes behind on the chat, but how you doing, man? We know you cut different, man. You told me you was on the road for 30 days, so I already know how you get down. A lot of people, they don't want to go out on the road for a week. This man told me, man, I'm headed home. I've been on the road for 30 days doing hot shots. So, you know, if you want to know how to get that money, then, you know, sometimes you got to do like Antra Mike and stay out on the road for 30 days if you run a middle mile. Purchase a 26-foot box truck for a Transit. Me, listen, if I was coming into the industry right now, and this is me, don't do what I do. Do what you do. don't take my advice. I'm telling you what I would do. If I'm coming into the game right now, I'm getting me a van. I don't need to get a 26-foot box truck. I'm getting me a van, and that may be because I've done it already. You know what I'm saying? And that's me knowing what I know. All right. So I can't say if I'd never been in this industry as long as I've been in, how I would answer that question. I can't answer that question, but I can answer it from me knowing what I know from being in the industry. If I was to start all over, let's say I got rid of everything last year and this year I say, you know what, I'm coming back. I'm coming back with a van. I'm coming back with a van because it's going to cost me, my entry is going to be a lot cheaper. The opportunity is there to make money, and I know I'm in a market where I can make a lot of money in a van. You see what I'm saying? I can make this type of money delivering t-shirts for 3 hours in a van in my market. You know what I'm saying? So I can only answer that for myself. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I can't really answer that for you. So me jumping into this game right now, I'm entering in a van. I want less liability, less headache, and I want to make as much money as I can at the minimal cost. So I know in my market, I can check a big old bag of money in a van locally. You know, so I appreciate the game. I'm just trying to figure out where you store all these gems at. Ain't nobody out there laced up like you and blessing your viewers. I ain't storing the gems. It's just, man, I've been doing this since 2010. So I got plenty of stories. I got plenty of gems. I got plenty of sauce. I got plenty of things I can tell. Some things I tell is going to mess with other people's money. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I recently I went through a little thing online and like, man, I just see, you know, when you just say certain things and You know what I'm saying? That's why that bot shit, I didn't put a video out for that. I just said it online. I said it 3 hours in because most people ain't gonna watch the replay, ain't gonna watch 3 hours in. But the information is out there. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of information I got because of my tenure. A lot of people ain't been in the game as long as I've been in. I don't know everything, but the reason why it may seem like I know a lot is because I've been doing it since 2010. I've seen ups and I've seen downs, I've trials and tribulations. I've dealt with a lot of logistics companies. I've been through a lot of things in this industry. So my tenure, the reason why is because of my tenure. I've been in it for a long time. You know, you can tell when a person's been doing something for a long time. Even when I was talking about earlier, like ain't nobody on here talking about UCC lanes and stuff. I don't see one video, one bot show, because you know what? A lot of these cats ain't got to that point yet. They ain't been in the game long enough to talk to a bank for long, because a bank ain't gonna talk to you unless you've been in business for 2 years. So they ain't got to that point to know about all this type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I can talk about it confidently. That's why I can tell you, yo, you're not gonna see a peak season like you're expecting. And confidently, while everybody laugh and make fun of me, and when it comes around, I can just put my head like this and say, I told you so. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I just like to be transparent with people and telling the real. Sometimes when you tell people the real, some people don't like it, but I'm here so that people can get transparent information so that they can um make the right decisions in this industry. It's unfortunate that a lot of the characters that was on the internet last year didn't have the right intentions in mind when they were um talking about um box trucking. And a lot of those people, didn't do their due diligence and took advice of people that one either hadn't done this or had just started doing this themselves because they had the capital to go buy a truck, and they're just capitalizing off uh the trend being high at the time, and not giving people the full perspective of the industry because they didn't know it either at that time. They're just doing it day to day. You know what I'm saying? So I want people to win, but then again, I don't want people to fail. And then if I see that it's a situation where it's going to be a black swan event where it's just going to be inevitable for people to fail, then I feel like my moral compass kicks in and say, yo, I need to tell people that there's nothing wrong with exiting, but telling them how to exit and when to exit, and just being full transparent in all aspects. Right now is just a bad time for trucking, so it may seem like a lot of the content is pessimistic, but unfortunately, I have to be transparent. You know what I'm saying? Now is a time where it's just not good. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I appreciate you recognizing the game, and a lot of the game I got is just from being in the industry a long time. That's all. That's all. Just being here for a while. That's it. That's it. And that's But I appreciate you checking it out, and I'm gonna continue to be transparent and give as much good information as I can, as long as people listening. He's speaking the truth. Generation Z is too woke, thinking everything is conspiracy. Like screw that. Let's build the wealth. See, Entre Mike is Generation Z, but he's not Generation Z like most Generation Z. He's actually, from what I see, is a hard worker. So, like I said, there are some that are hard workers that are willing to go out and get it, but like hard workers like him, he's not gonna work for someone else. He's gonna go out and build his own wealth on his own. So you got the Generation Z that just ain't finna work hard. But then you got the other Generation Z that's willing to work hard, but they're just not willing to work hard for you or me. They're willing to do it for themselves, and there's nothing wrong with that. So they're going to take advantage of opportunities and build that generational wealth uh, with under their roof, for their family. And there's nothing wrong with that. So that's why I say, you got to be cautious and enter. And I tell people, well, Mark, I want to jump in with 3 or 4 box trucks, and my rebuttal is like, where are you gonna find these drivers? Like people that are ignorant, don't understand what's going on. They just They just don't know. So, but Entre Mike, he's one of the Generation Z people that actually works hard and is building that generational wealth under his own roof. Salute to him. I left roofing 35 plus an hour for that same reason. See? Hi, I got tuned in just in time for the Amazon relay sauce. Oh, you must be talking about the bot. You should charge for mentoring. No one should work for free and you get value. I do charge for mentoring and box trucking, but check it out. Contrary to what people believe, I don't do a lot of mentoring. I don't do a lot of coaching. I don't have, if you go look at my calendar, you're going to see full days. Like I don't do a lot of coaching. You know why? Because a lot of people aren't interested in final mile or cargo fund. Everybody is interested in Amazon and middle mile, the easy stuff. I don't do Amazon. If I did Amazon, I probably would not have to do Amazon because I could probably book my days of doing coaching. I swear to God. If I ran Amazon Relay, I wouldn't have to run Amazon Relay. If I ran Amazon Relay, give me 3 months of running Amazon Relay. I'm going to master it, and then I could sell coaching courses on how to master it and not have to do Amazon Relay. But I don't do Amazon Relay, so I can't show you an Amazon Relay load board, and that's what's popular. So that's what people want to know about, and that's why I don't do a lot of coaching sessions. The coaching sessions that I do are for people who want to pivot outside of middle mile or pivot outside of Amazon Relay and look into final mile because middle mile or Amazon is not going well for them. Or I have people that have moving companies, small moving companies that hit me up that want to add final mile. They's like, man, Mark, I want to follow your blueprint. I got a moving company and I also want to add final mile too. You know what I'm saying? So, and those are, I might do maybe on a good week, maybe 3 coaching sessions. But now I'm not heavy on coaching sessions. But I don't mind coming on here giving out the sauce. One, moving season is over with in Chicago. It's the winter time and it's a seasonal business here. So it's like not busy. And 2, the deliveries we do are all like long-term contractual things. Like I got Fitness Superstore and I hate it. You know what I'm saying? But these are long-term gym building. These ain't like your um Select Express where you're going 2 homes and you're building. No, these are like long projects where you're building a whole gym. So like I have more time now since it's not the summertime, since moving season is slow. This is a so I don't mind coming on here and helping people. It's like philanthropy for me, and I can actually write this off. You know what I'm saying? So this is philanthropy. This is like my way of giving back. The trucking industry is been good to me over the years. I've had my ups and downs, just like any other business. But once I saw all the misinformation that was given on the internet, I decided to do something about it and come on here and tell the truth. Not only tell the truth, but give examples and give true life stories that I've dealt with, and maybe this information can help other people. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes people need to hear the truth. If everybody's telling you it's good, it's good, it's good, and you can make this and you make this, and you're listening to that, and you're like, why? You're telling me I can do this, I can do that, but I'm not seeing this because maybe it's not the truth. You know what I'm saying? So me, I'm gonna keep it funky with you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Even if you don't want to hear it and it sounds pessimistic, it's gonna be the truth. And you're gonna keep it in your head. And by you keeping it in your head, you're gonna exercise extreme caution going further in it because just in case Mark said, just in case this happened with Mark talking about, I'm not gonna go do this. I'm gonna play it a little bit safe. And that's all I want to do. I just want to keep people on their toes. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna sell you a drink. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind spending my time doing it for free on these streams because even though YouTube pays kibbles and bits, which is ain't much, who cares? The value that I get out of it, that I know that I'm helping people when if I wasn't on here right now, I would be doing 2 or 3 things. I'd be either reading a book, watching TV, or eating. Okay. So, it is what it is. This is the slow season for me. So I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. As long as I'm helping people, then I'm straight. You know what I'm saying? I did what I needed to do. I'm cool. Every time there's a new person giving game in the space, y'all be quick to tell them start charging for info. Only black people do this, and we need to stop this BS. There's nothing wrong with charging for info. And here's the thing. I know there's a stigma, is that the right word, or whatever, on charging for info. I think there has to be some type of balance. All right. I know I give a lot of value that for free that I don't charge for, but I also do coaching and mentorship. And I know that maybe if I did less talking and running my mouth on live streams and in videos, I probably can boost up my coaching sessions. Right. But I'm not here for that. I'm here to really help people. Now, the people who do book coaching sessions, they want in-depth. Like, my coaching sessions is not like my coaching sessions are more strategy. The people who book me for coaching sessions really just want my advice. They watch my live streams, they watch my video, and they're like, yo, he know what the hell he talking about. It's obviously he knows what he's talking about. He's got years in the game. I need his advice, and it's either strategy or serious pivoting transition advices or looking to scale up. All right. They really want to talk to somebody that's going to give them the real, and they have to speak to somebody that has the tenure and the knowledge base. I don't do, like, don't hit me up to help you with your DOT. Don't hit me up. Don't pay your money. I'm going to give it back to you. I don't want to, don't, because that's easy. You could do that yourself. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste your time, because that, to me, that doesn't do anything for me in a coaching session. That's boring. I want to be engaged and really strategize. People hit me up really for strategy. All right. All right. So, so I hear what you're saying, but there's nothing wrong with charging. If you have a knowledge base, the issue I think with people charging, I hear a lot of people saying they don't get value. They don't get value, or they go to your gurus and things of that nature, and they pay them $3 million, and then they don't get nothing out the deal. But in those situations, I put that on the consumer, because they didn't do their due diligence. I've had this spiel already. I said this the other day. Look, you know how you can tell if a person really knows what the hell they talking about before you spend your money on a mentoring or a coaching session? And I don't do mentoring. I only do coaching. So I don't have a 3,000 or 4,000 or 2,000 or 1,000 where I'm finna mentor you for 2 or 3 months, because I don't have time for that. You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm morally obligated to be there for you in the middle of the night when your truck breaks down, because I charge you $6,000. And who else you gonna call? You gonna call me at 2:30 in the morning, and I got to answer for you because you gave me $6,000. I don't want to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna charge you for 15, 30, or 1 hour to do coaching. All right, to do coaching. Now, here's some sauce I dropped the other night. I'm gonna drop it again. You know how, a lot of people that people go to and spend money on, and they get upset because they like, man, this motherfucker don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. Listen, it takes a lot to go live. All right, it takes a lot to go live. And most of the gurus that people call fake gurus, they never go live. You know why they don't go live? Because when you go live, you put yourself on Front Street to get challenged and get exposed. Because someone that's going to see that can see through the bullshit, right? They're going to come in this chat and they're going to expose you, because they're going to get the question. You're not going to be able to answer the questions. That's why they don't go live. That's how I know who's who for the people who really that sell these $20,000, $50,000 coaching sessions or mentorships. They never go live. And this is the reason why they don't. Because they're going to expose themselves. You know what I'm saying? I go live to give value, to give content, and to engage with the audience and give you an answer. I answer every question. I don't skip. I don't reread the question and then skip. I go straight down the line and answer every question. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like you can charge, if you have that value, but there has to be some type of balance. Give I give a lot more free value than what I charge for. And believe it or not, people hit me up in the DM all the time and ask me questions. I answer them. I don't be like, man, it might get to a point where if I see somebody taking advantage of me, like I've had a few people try to take advantage of me. Like I'll sit there and answer question after question. I'm like, yo, you want too much. You want me to build a whole strategy for you. You're going to have to invest in at least 15 or 30 minutes. But like basic stuff, I'll sit there and engage with you all day. Like when I do coaching sessions, like most of my coaching sessions, people will tell you, like person will book an hour, I'll be on the phone with them 2-3 hours. I'll be on the Zoom with them 2-3 hours. Damn, Mark, it's 2 hours. Do I need to send you some more money? No, I don't got nothing else booked. It's good. You pay the hour, I'm good. You want to talk? If you got time, I got time. I had a coaching session 2 weeks ago on a Sunday. And we was on the Zoom for 3 hours. He paid for an hour. I didn't charge him no more money. You know what I'm saying? So, it as long as you have a balance, then it's okay. Some people don't have a balance. They're just out to get money, 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 right? I have a balance, you know what I'm saying? So my balance is provide value, provide value. If you want to strategize, if you want an expert opinion on something, then you can book your coaching sessions. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you, but there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with charging. As long as the person that's charging is worth what they're charging, then I feel like it's fine. And there has to be some type of balance. They have to provide some type of value. Uh, I believe in order for people to want to buy into them, you got to give some and take a little. You know, what's good? I'm late. Chuck went down, paid 36 to get my DPF replaced. But when you make money, it's nothing to pay it and keep pushing. Yeah, things are gonna happen when you operating, especially if you pushing your truck hard, it's gonna go and break down. That's why you put money to the side. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't put money to the side, want to delete the truck so bad, but I heard it's a 10K fine if you get caught. Now you gotta figure out if it's worth it to you. If it's worth you running on that risk, you know. But yeah, man, as long as you got the money, if you running hard, you putting the money to the side, for situations, you straight. A lot of people don't put money to the side. A lot of people don't know how to pay themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's where a lot of people get jammed up at. They don't know how to pay themselves. They don't understand they got to pay the company, they got to have cash flow, and they have to pay themselves. Their businesses don't have no cash flow. And that's why they get trucks break down, getting in the jam, and they can't get them fixed. The way I'm gonna pay, you pay a person for their work. Giving this info takes time and research. Well, this information I'm giving don't take research or time. It took time over the years to garner this information, but it came through doing the actual work. So like me tonight, I just created a topic and I'm talking freestyle. You don't see me reading off nothing. Everything I'm talking about comes from just years of experience. Now, Tuesday, my live Tuesday, I was just talking too, but I did a presentation. I had bullet points. Because it was a more in-depth presentation where I needed to have an on-screen bullet point display, but that was just for the visual for the audience. But like I didn't put a script together. I just put my bullet points together, did my presentation, and I just spoke. Everything that I talk about is because I've been doing this for a long time, speaking off experience. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. You're right. And I do charge for coaching and mentorships, but once I do these lives, this is my way of really helping people and engaging with the community. It takes time, and it took money and time and effort and blood and sweat and tears to get this information from being in business all these years. But the community needs people that are transparent, you know what I'm saying? And then over time, God will bless me in ways that I don't even know he's blessing me for doing what I'm doing now. You know what I'm saying? I can't complain. You know what I'm saying? I can't complain. You know what I'm saying? So you're right. But then again, sometimes it's okay to, you know, spread the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's all right. How much longer do you think post Thanksgiving freight volume will last? For 1 week, for all of December, the relay load board went down from 100 loads per week to 600 after Thanksgiving. You said the relay load board went from 100 loads per week to 600. I thought you said went down. Relay load board went from 100 loads per week to 600 after Thanksgiving. How much longer do you think post Thanksgiving freight volume will last? Probably to the end of the year. Prior to the end of the year, you start seeing as you go into the week before Christmas, you'll probably start seeing it go down. Maybe I'm gonna give it 3 weeks since it started late this year. Normally, that second week you start to see it going down. I'm gonna give it to the third week. That week going into Christmas, you're gonna start seeing it go down, and then January is just gonna be bad. Like you said, cargo van seems to be the cheapest to start out with. Any suggestions where to look for work with an older cargo van going into 2023? You can do T-Force. T-Force got Staples and Office Depot in some markets. Some markets they only got Office Depot. Waco got Staples in some markets. Spoke got not pharmaceutical. They got medical supply delivery. Gig apps, depending on the market. If you in LA, New York, Chicago, Houston, you can make ugly money a day just running gigs. You don't need to even have your authority. You just get busy. Just get busy. If you're in a large market, but pretty much dedicated, you're gonna either be doing, if you want to run dedicated, you're gonna be doing office supplies or medical. That's where the money at dedicated for the van. Other than that, you're gonna supplement that with your gig opportunities, and you get money. It's plenty of final mile gig opportunities that you can check a bag of money at. So good info. JM, appreciate it. What's up, bro? How you been? Man, I'm just chilling, man. Just doing what I do, man. What's going on with you? Galatians 6:6. Education and good info has always had a price on it, but like you said, it's on the consumer to make the sound decision on who he receives his information from. It's always on the consumer. When I first got on YouTube, I was kind of on that wave, and then I realized I had to look at it and treat it like a real business and say, yo, that's on the consumer. The consumer sets the value. All right. If value is what a consumer is willing to pay for something. If a consumer is willing to pay X amount of dollars, that's what's setting the value. All right. A bottle of water at your local corner store in the hood is going to be $1, right? That's all a hood corner store is going to be able to sell a bottle of water for. But that same bottle of water in the airport going to be $4, right? And then on the plane is going to be $6, right? The plane is setting the value at $6. Why? Because you're on a plane, you're stuck, you're flying from Chicago to Vegas for 4 hours. And if you get thirsty enough, guess what? You're going to spend $6 on that bottle of water, right? In the hood, you're not going to spend $6 on a bottle of water. You're going to spend $1. That's why they set the value at $1, because they know they can't get it. All right. So if I'm XYZ box trucking mentor guy, and I can sit up here and finesse you and get you to buy into the personality and go rent a goddamn I'm trying to think of something good here. I don't want to stick with your basic stuff. Go rent a goddamn let's say a Rolls Royce Cullinan. All right, I'll go rent me a Rolls Royce Cullinan, and you see me, you know how it's set up, but people buy into this stuff. The Cullinan pulls up, open up the door and get out. Hey, I'm Mark the Mentor. Sign up for my box truck coaching session. I'm going to show you how to become a millionaire with box truck. But you're looking at the Rolls Royce. The Rolls Royce is what sold you. Everything that's coming out of my mouth, you're not hearing that. You saw me pull up in the Rolls Royce, and that's what sold you, and that's why you're finna pay me $20,000 for a coaching session or a mentorship. Now, once you pay me that $20,000, shit, it's over with now. Now I could tell you, go to Penske, rent a truck, go to this website, pay $300, get your BOC3, and go sign up here in Amazon Relay, and you're gonna make $1 million. Hey, I got your money now. At that point, it's a done deal. And that's what people buy into. They buy into the personality of what's around what the person is selling around them instead of what's coming out their mouth. A lot of people come to me and complain about, I don't knock them. They doing what they supposed to do. I can't knock nobody's hustle. And I know somebody say, hey, Mark, you from Chicago, so you know how to see through the okay, I get that, but not everybody is from a big city where scamming and hustling and pimping and just all types of things are going on, where they may not know how to see what's going on, even if it was standing in front of them. I get that. All right. But in business, you got to be able to see through BS. All right. So if you get hit upside the head for a fake mentoring coach, that's a lesson learned. You got to be able to know, listen, ain't nothing on this man's page or that lady's page shows you or gives you any type of information that they have any type of insight on this business whatsoever, because everything that they're showing you in their content is, let me show you how I did it. But they're not giving you any teasers to show you that they actually did it or they know how they do it. They don't have to show you anything. All right. But there's nothing there that gives you any information, any site that they even know the industry, period. Because everything is, let me show you how I did it. Let me show you how I did it. What they're selling you is letting them show you how they did it. That's what they're selling you. So people buy into the celebrity and the personality of the influencer instead of what the influencer is pushing. They putting the value on it. They're putting the value on these $20,000 cats because people are paying it. So you're absolutely right. You know what I'm saying? They putting the value on it. It is what it is. I don't knock the hustler. I can't. Nothing is wrong with it. Nobody suggests more than us to encourage people to charge. Like, y'all be here to help, and motherfucker be here to tell you to charge. Like, bro, some people. All right, like, let's not go back. Like, y'all in the chat, I get it. Some people saying charge, some people saying charge. I get it. But on my channel, I provide a lot of value for free. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to talk to me and you want to pay. If you don't. I've never been the person to push nothing on nobody. You don't see me every 5 minutes. Hey, sign up for this. No, I don't push it. It's there. And you see it. And if you decide you want to have a conversation about something, go ahead. I don't drop the stuff in the video. I don't do ads. You see it floating. I don't even have the banner up right now. I removed the banner to do the chat. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, people saying people should charge and things of that nature. But my channel, you're gonna get a lot of great value for free. You know what I'm saying? I'm even gonna tell you things that you need to hear that you don't want to hear. All right. So it is what it is. I get you though. And we appreciate that, and just hate to see when we finally get somebody like us that got the info and then they turn around and want to charge you. Well, there's some people that are here on my lives every week, day in, day out, that'll never pay. Now I believe they don't have to pay because I give a lot of information. But like I said before, there are some people that are a little bit advanced and they want strategy. I don't have an Amazon load board, so I'll never be able to show a person an Amazon load board and really probably maximize on coaching. All right, because I don't have that. The sessions that I do are people that, yo, Mark, I'm doing this. I'm looking to go scale and do this. You've done it. What do you think? Hey, Mark, I'm talking to people that got government contracts, already got government contracts. I'm talking to people that got federal contracts. Hey, Mark, that are getting coaching sessions to talk to me for strategy. All right. So those are what my sessions are. They're people that most of my sessions are people that are already successful that just don't have that like-minded individual that they can bounce ideas off of. I didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have that coming up. So I used to get frustrated because I would be bottled up with so much stuff. And my peers, right, weren't into trucking. You know what I'm saying? They weren't into trucking. So I didn't have a mentor that I could go to for advice. YouTube wasn't as advanced as it is now when I was getting started. There was no live streams, there was no live. YouTube was a place where people uploaded videos that they shot from their big ass camcorder and they plugged their USB into the back of their old ass gateway and they uploaded their videos from their Disney World trip and they clicked the little link and they texted it on their flip Nokia phone to their granny and that's living in Arizona, Scottsdale, and their granny would click the link in the email, right? And it would pull up this website called YouTube and then they would hit play. That's what YouTube was used for back in the day when I got into business. It has evolved into what you see now, but that was the whole purpose of YouTube back then. So there was I couldn't go to YouTube and find a Mark the Mentor or a Big Vic or an Entre Mike because there wasn't nobody doing that back then. We didn't have the technology. It just wasn't to the place where it is, now. So I get it, and that's why I provide a lot of great, valuable content for free. And the people that do book coaching sessions is strategy. I got one tomorrow with a guy who booked with me already. You know what I'm saying? And in the notes he said, "Man, I'm thinking about doing something. I just need to run some ideas past you, just to know just to hear hear your thoughts on it." No cap. So those are the sessions I do. So that's why I'm here helping and talking, and it is what it is. I stopped doing consultations myself. They ask questions that's not worth $50 to $100, but Mark knows a lane that most people didn't know was an option. That's a game that's worth investing in, right? So no one really talks about Final Mile, and I know why no one talks about it, because no one wants to do it. And I get why people don't want to do it, but people want to do it now because the middle mile is not where it's at, and I get it. So certain parts of that, it may involve a coaching session, because there's a lot of stuff that I do in the live streams. Like I did a whole live stream about claims, but claims is boring. So guess what? This live had 60, 70 people. When I did claims, it was 20 something people, and it may have hit 30 because no one wants to hear about it. But then you go out, you go do your Final Mile business, then you come to Mark and say, "Mark, I got a $50,000 claim because we done tore some lady's floor up because we didn't hook up the damn refrigerator right. But if you would have came to the live when I was talking about claims for free, you wouldn't be paying me right now, because I would have told you what and what not to do." So sometimes I have free information out here, and people book the consultation because they looking at the thumbnails and they looking at the title. If it don't interest them, they don't watch it. But Final Mile is a very complex lane. So it's like he's saying, in some cases it does require a coaching session, because it's a lot of things in Final Mile that a lot of people don't think about, other than the heavy carrying, that can really put you in jeopardy. Liability with Final Mile is a lot higher than middle mile. Once you put that stuff on the truck with middle mile, you strap it down. As long as the truck don't flip over, you straight. You got to touch this Final Mile stuff multiple times. You got to load it into the truck at the warehouse. You got to unload it. You got to carry it in the home. You got liability for the property, liability for the goods. Once you put it on your truck, even if you at the terminal still, once it goes on your truck, you are now liable for it, and the truck ain't even left the dock. So there's a lot of things. You got to know how to carry this stuff. You got to know what the right tools to have. You got to know when to say no. I talked last week about when to say no. The customer is not always right. Well, please make it fit. Well, ma'am, I don't think it's going to fit. Did you measure it before you ordered it? Well, I did, but it looked like it was going to fit. But then again, I didn't. Can you just make it fit? Don't worry about the wall. You know what I mean? People would book sessions saying they tried to help a customer out, and going the extra mile to help a customer out. And when they went the extra mile, the job was done, but going the extra mile is when something got damaged. You work for Mark, Mark tell you no. My guys know. Call Mark. Yo, Mark, the customer saying do this. No. But what do you mean you guys are here? So we're not doing it. Why? Because we're trained enough to know we can eyeball this. Is not going to fit. It's something's going to get damaged. Well, don't worry about that. Yeah, I've heard that before. 10 years ago when I was a rookie, and guess what? Something happened and the customer still put us at fault for it. I'm tenured enough not to fall for that no more. So no, guess what? It's just like I tell people, and I know this is off topic, but just some free sauce. Listen, when you run the final mile, if you're not sure about it, an $85 stop may not be worth a $20,000 claim. I'm going to say that again. An $80 stop may not be worth a $20,000 claim. So you're getting paid $80 a stop, let's say, and you see something that you're just not comfortable with and you just don't feel comfortable with, put it back on the truck, take it back to the terminal, let them send somebody else out the next day, and don't get paid for that stop. Because if you go above and beyond, you listen to the customer who doesn't do this every day, that doesn't know what the hell they're doing, and you attempt it, now something gets damaged. Now that $80 stop that you was going to get paid for, now it's ended up costing you 20 grand. So what he's saying is right. This type of information like that right there, you're not going to get unless you're getting it from someone who's been doing this for a long time to give you all these do's and don'ts. You're not going to get that in a video because the video will go on and on and on and on and on forever. The live stream will go on and on and on and on and on forever. So in some cases, yeah, you do have to invest in certain type of information because you're only getting a tidbit in the live streams and a tidbit in the videos. I got the same mentality about helping people. Unfortunately, my perspective is or was from the street. I'm transitioning and really need that coaching from a real business perspective. Hey, man, it takes a lot to even admit, pretty much everyone that's ever worked for me, majority of them were felons, people that were in the street, active, that was going through a transition period. My biggest thing with them was being and moving and final mile. They would always have to go into multiple people's homes, and I would often have to coach them into taking that street mentality out their mind when you're in this type of business and being a professional, from the appearance to the way they spoke to customers. So acknowledging that you're transition and you need coaching, I think that shows it shows me a lot. It shows that you're willing to learn and that you see where you're struggling at and you want help to get better. So I'm acknowledging that takes a lot. A lot of people aren't willing to admit that. I deal with a lot of people that are in the street in my years of business, and that's another reason why, like I was saying earlier, how I don't want to. I know that with the way things are going, I'll never see my peak again, like my peak in business as far as amount of trucks and amount of people working for me. The way things go, I probably won't never see that again, and I don't want to see it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see it. I went through so many years of dealing with people and dealing with street cats and stuff like that, that took a toll on me. You gotta recondition people's minds. Yo, this is a business. You can't go in here looking at people's wives and sizing up people's wives, and sometimes people gotta understand, like, everybody worked for me with minorities, black, whatever. Most of the consumers that we service were Caucasian. You know what I'm saying? So, and then and other ethnicities, all right? So there was occasions where, certain crews would get profiled, all right? And I would have to coach these guys on just don't worry about it, just do your job. It's going to happen. This ain't going to be the first time. It's not going to be the last time. And I can go further in the details, but I don't want to. It's probably not the right time and place. Like certain different ethnicities and things of that nature, I can really go into these, but I would have to coach people like, yo, you're gonna have to deal with this. This is nature business. Some people just not gonna trust you coming into their house with their prized possessions, and they not used to dealing with maybe your type of ethnicity, and you're in their home with their wife and their kids and their prized possessions. So man, they gonna follow you from room to room. I've went on jobs within the past 2 years and been followed. I'm talking about not even the delivery jobs, moving jobs where I'm getting followed from. I'm carrying heavy stuff like, bro, it's not enough room in here for 3 of us moving this stuff, and you making sure it's nothing in here to steal, bro. Only if you knew. Like, I be in my head thinking like, yo, only if you knew, bro. I can buy everything you have 1,000,000 times over, bro. And you get profiled. But I would have to coach people like, yo, you can't let that phase you, because this ain't gonna be the first time. It's not gonna be the last time. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know that takes a lot for some people, but it just takes coaching. It takes the right person, telling them, just let that fly over your head. Don't let that get to you, because it's not going to be the first. It's not going to be the last time. You're going to encounter that again. Unfortunately, it sucks, but it's just the way of the world, and it is what it is. We're here to do a job, and just think about it. Look, you get in and get out, and you never have to deal with that person again. So that's just one situation where I've had to coach like my workers on, like transitioning from a street mentality and not to blow up on customers because they looking over their shoulder and they following them all over the place and things of that nature. So yeah, man, that's good that you acknowledge that and you want to work towards it, man. That's good. I see him on IG who look like Trinidad James talking about box truck. And I said, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, man. I see so many new people pop up in my recommended feed for box trucking now. Even in this time, talking about something popped up $22,000 for box truck, and I'm like, yo, this is cap. But people see a lane where they can create content and eat, and they're gonna try it. But it's up to y'all to watch this content and know who's who and who's not. You know what I'm saying? Know who's who and who's not. You gotta. It's certain people that you can measure. Use people's like certain people that you can use their content for validation and measure other people's content up against. If you can't figure it out for yourself, if you really can't see through the BS. All right. I noticed that when I first came on, and shout out to Big Vic. I noticed when I first came on, I saw immediately who was the validator in the box truck space. I noticed that when I would go on Big Vic's live, people would go to Big Vic for validation for other content creators. You know what I'm saying? So you can always validate someone by measuring them up against someone that has been validated. You can use that. That's like a cheat code if you just can't figure it out for yourself. But you have to do your due diligence before you go out and start spending money on coaching or investing time into believing some of this BS that's out there. You know what I'm saying? I just went on Roadie and got a couple of runs, but I don't think I'll be working with that app too many low ball numbers. See, now I don't know what market you in. See, you might be in a market, and that's another thing. It's just like, these apps is just like opportunities in final mile or opportunities in middle mile. You're not going to find none coming out of Florida. You're going to find more opportunities coming out of Chicago than you find coming out of Georgia, or more opportunities coming out of Chicago than you're going to find coming out of Miami. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to get better rates. Final mile. There's going to be more final mile opportunities in Chicago, New York, LA, Houston than there's going to be in Charlotte, St. Louis, Phoenix, and Portland. Same thing with the gig apps. larger places, larger cities are gonna have more volume. They're gonna pay better. That's just the way the industry works on any lane. So hit that like button though. Hit that like button. I appreciate it. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. People in the comments are really missing the point. I can tell y'all are stuck on the media. LOL. I'm gullible and I learned something from you. Should start charging everyone only a nigga. People pay for college just to go in debt. I never said it's wrong to charge, but I'm tired of people advising others to charge. That's how the gang got effed up. Gang got effed up. Gullible people paying. Well, I agree with you in some aspects, you know, but I give a lot of value. So people in the chat that say I should charge, you know, they're here. The person who said that is here every time I go live. You know what I'm saying? So they probably just see they probably just put a lot more value on what I'm doing than, you know, maybe the next person. They feel like what I'm doing, I should put a price on it. And you know, some people may see that, but clearly I'm straight. You know what I'm saying? I'm straight. I don't mind, you know, I actually I actually I've actually come to enjoy it. I like when people DM me and say, man, you know, they listen to me, and because they listen to me, they were able to save their business. Or I had somebody say, man, you were the only one talking about brokers and 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 get out of Progressive, and I went and got a broker, and he got me out of Progressive, and I'm saving over $1,000 a month listening to your advice. Stuff like that, it doesn't come with monetary value, but it comes with value as far as, you know, it makes me feel good. So, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with I hear what you're saying. You know, I really hear what you're saying, but that's why I get so much free content. I give so much free content. I get so much valuable content because I understand people need help, and I do have coaching sessions. And those people that, like I said, those people that pay, which is not many, you know what I'm saying? Those people are really want deep strategy and bounce things off and strategize. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, different strokes for different folks. I want to work, work, work. Sitting in a truck all day is not beneficial for me. I need to be active and getting paid for as a plus. But then if you want to work, 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 and you don't want to sit in the truck, then you need to go ahead and jump in this final mile and go ahead and list some of these refrigerators, these stoves, these armoires, and these couches. There's plenty of work. I'm paying for consultation soon, bro. All right, man. I'll be here. I ain't going nowhere. Man, y'all still going at it. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, Mark. Cleveland is not as big as my market, but I think if you find other ways to supplement, if you're running, let's say you got a van and I think you got Waco out there. You can run Waco, right? Let's say you run a Waco route for Staples and that pays you $200 and you're done by 2. If you want to work a full day, you can still work to 6 and run a few. You can run an Amazon Flex block. You can run some roadie runs, and that's how you're just going to supplement your income. So basically, a gig apps in your market may come as a supplement thing, versus in my market, you can actually run gigs all day consistently. You don't need the dedicated lane. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm in a market where there's just plenty of opportunity. Your market doesn't call for that. So in your market, you may have to use gigs as a supplement, you know, to supplement something else. But like I said, whereas in my market, you're gonna find as soon as you finish with one, you can go in any app and get another one. Walmart here all day long. It's Walmart's all over the city and they all bussing. They all bussing. So, you know, it all depends on market, man. You gotta figure out what works for your market, and that may take a little time, but you got to play with different things and play with different things to see what actually works. How can I do a one-on-one talk with you, and how much do you charge? So if you scroll to the top, there should be a pinned link. Just click on that link, and then there's a website there, which is www. I'll put it right here in the chat. www.boxtruckcourses.com. There's the link, and that's my website, and then that's where you can go book a coaching session if you'd like. www.boxtruckcourses.com. Just put it in the chat. Roadie in Chicago is crazy compared to LA. Most expensive gig I see on the regular is 200 max for 11 deliveries, 50 to 90 miles. Yeah, I don't know why the rates are so high here compared to other places, but they just are. So $200 for 11 deliveries, 50 to 90 miles. Yeah, you're seeing way more than that here. You're seeing way more than that. And I got other ones I can show too. I'm going to upload some more roadies. As I capture the good ones, I'm going to keep uploading them. So, it just is what it is. Market plays a big difference. I mean, market plays a big factor, I meant to say. People be confused at how much 1099 gig workers can bring in on a weekly, if not daily basis. And I've been preaching that for a while, but I'm thinking people are starting to see that now. Y'all Midwest boys eating on roadie. It's a little slower out west, but still solid. But you know what? The Midwest, as far as freight, just in general, is just where it's at. Industrial. Like I'm in Chicago, so industrial, and we got the rails. I always use this example because I think it's a fun example. Why do y'all think El Chapo used Chicago as this distribution? Out of all the cities and states and the whole United States, why did El Chapo choose Chicago for distribution for the United States? The same reason why all the other companies choose Chicago. Why there's so much freight up here. All right, just because he was a big multi-billion-dollar drug dealer and he sold drugs doesn't mean they were stupid. Selling drugs is a big business. Even though it's illegal, it's a big business. And El Chapo chose Chicago as the distribution hub. It's a reason. So yes, the rates are always going to be higher here for trucking and everything because it's industrial here. A lot of loads come out of here, and then all the rails are here with the crossroads. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those situations where location plays a big part. Now, if I wanted to be a rapper, then Chicago ain't where it's at. Not now, but like growing up in the 90s, if I wanted to be a rapper, I would have had to move to New York. I wouldn't have been able to get signed to be a rapper in Chicago. I would have had to go to where the industry was at. The industry as far as trucking and is here because of because Chicago, the Midwest is just an industrial part of the country. So a lot of loads come out of the Midwest, especially Chicago. So, and obviously the gig apps pay really well here too. So when your overhead is low, you can eat like crazy with the gig side. Yeah, overhead is low. But see, that's why I'm telling people now, they can transition into gig and make a lot of money, or they can transition down into van and make a lot of money because the volume and the spot market as far as the money is not there. The volume where the freight is actually at is going to be final mile, you know what I'm saying? And that's where the earning potential is going to be at right now. The reason why volume in the spot market is low, one is due to volume. All right, there's not a lot of freight coming in from overseas. And I've been preaching this, but it don't seem like it's getting through to people, man. And I hate repeating myself, but I have to come on here and keep preaching it. Sometimes you got to pivot and then pivot again. You know what I'm saying? You might have to pivot and then pivot again. You got to go where the money at. And a lot of people ain't willing to take that risk. They think they finna ride it out, and then next month it's gonna be a lot of sad faces. And then I'm gonna tell you to go back to December 1st, the live that I did, and watch that live because I told you what to do. You know what I'm saying? Just like I told people to go back to August 29th when they was crying about peak season all November. I said, go back to August 29th. I told you. You know what I'm saying? So never heard of it. Never heard of it. So that might be like a regional logistics company. It might not be like a national logistics company. I've never heard of Hopix. Hopix Logistics. Let me look it up real quick. Hopix Logistics. Hipix Logistics. Nashville. Let me see. Yeah, this is Hipix Logistics, you mean? Yeah, that's local. That's like a local. That's not a national, regional. It's like a regional. I've never heard of it. Are you down in are you in Tennessee? You're in Tennessee then, right? Yeah, that's local. No, you're not in Tennessee. You said you was in Cleveland. Yeah, that's a regional local thing. I only see they only got one location located in Tennessee, but we deliver nationwide. Upgrade your logistics game. Yeah, that's small time. I've never heard of them. I don't, I usually don't recommend companies that I've never dealt with or I don't know about. There's a lot of companies that I haven't dealt with in my tenure in the industry, but they've been around as long as I've been in the industry. So I know about them per se, and I'll talk about those, and then obviously I'll talk about the companies that I've dealt with. But like small time gigs, I don't know. I don't talk about them. I'm in Florida and want to start moving freight with a Sprinter van. Will it be good time for entry in the next couple months? Um, you, you can enter now. The Sprinter van. I mean, if you want to do expedited, you can go ahead. But you're running that spot market, so it's not gonna be great. You got a Sprinter van. There's more opportunity in final mile, small parcel final mile that will keep you home and you can still make enough money to suffice. Depending on your market, if you're in a market that pays a lot better, then even better. um Florida is not a good hub for outbound freight. I don't care what the economy is like, good economy, bad economy. Florida is just not where it's at for outbound freight. So if you're looking to run expedited partial with the cargo van, it's just not going to be there because there's not even a lot of 53-foot loads left to have it out there to have overages for expedited. So it's something to think about, man. Being in Florida, um, just like I talk about how being in Chicago is good for freight, being in Florida is worse. It's just not good. It's not even okay. It's just bad. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to say that to discourage you. It just is what it is. Um, so if you want to run expedited with your Sprinter van, that's something that I don't want to sound negative, but I mean everybody knows that Florida is just not where it's at. So you might want to look into something else, or if you do want to run, you might have to exit out of your market to run in other markets before you come home. Especially with a sprinter, because you're running expedited, so you're really looking at over just a couple pallets. But because freight is so minimal, that's going to further decrease, those expedited loads coming out of there because the volume isn't there to begin with. Oh yeah, well see, I don't know. Like that's a small time company. I never heard of it, so I'm not privy or knowledgeable on that company. So I can't really advise you on it. But if you know somebody that's doing it that can, tell you about it if it's good or not, then I just can't. I never heard of that company until you just put me onto it right now. But I'll look further into it. Let me see. Trucks, box trucks. See, it's car hauling. Looks like it's expedited. Yeah, it's expedited company. So they're out of Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about that company. It's a small company. Yeah, I looked at Final Mile, but what I seen, you have to be 21. I'm 19. Uh, which company did you look into? If you 19 and you in Florida, then you got a sprinter, then you probably want to take advantage of Final Mile small parcel. If not, then you want to go ahead and do the gig thing and get money and get money. Thank you for everything, brother. God bless. Lonnie, appreciate you, man. Thank you. The Best Buy in all 6 of the markets we contract for have their warehouses stuffed full. I hope they can push the product over the next few months. Right. So this is something I've been saying. Like I said, earlier, nobody wanted to listen to me. A lot of people still aren't listening to me because they still rather keep holding on to these $20,000 a week rental trucks. The reason why Middle Mile didn't have a peak season, not because the economy is bad. We know the economy is bad, but that's not the reason why Middle Mile didn't have a peak season. Middle Mile didn't have a peak season because of supply chain disruption. The freight was already here. They don't have space for any freight. They're trying to sell the stuff that was backed up from the pandemic that got stuck at the port. And when they finally did get the stuff, on top of the extra stuff that they were ordering while the shelves were empty, and when all that stuff hit, buying behavior had already shifted to where it is now, where people are not buying anything. So that stuff has been sitting and sitting and sitting, and they don't have space to order anything. So Middle Mile's peak season, there wasn't one because there was no reason for retailers to order anything because they didn't have anywhere to put it. That's why the ocean um, um, freight is down. That's why the ports are empty. That's why intermodal's been down, and that's why Middle Mile has been down. Because retailers aren't ordering, they have an abundance of crap that they cannot sell, and they're saying that all this stuff we're selling now, a large percent of it is going to get returned, and we're going to charge you. We're going to make something this year. We ain't going to not make nothing. We're going to make something. So I think, going into next year, it's still going to be over an abundance of stuff. It's just a lot of stuff. Like, y'all probably haven't seen some, maybe y'all just don't know, like, these warehouses are they're overstocked. Walmarts are overstocked. I've never seen pallets of sugar on the floor at Walmart. They're putting the whole pallet out because they don't have no room in the back. They usually put the the sugar on the shelf. They took the shelves out and set a pallet of sugar, and then took the forklift and set another pallet of sugar on top because they're trying to be creative to put as much freight on the floor to create space in the back. Like, y'all got to know this stuff, man. This is logistics. You got to know the whole scope of logistics to know what's going on so that you can know how to maneuver and see things coming and know what's going on. Yeah, all these stores are still over capacity. Over capacity. And they're saying, yo, we know we're going to get returns. So when these stores get returns, it's going to go right back into the back room again, right back into the warehouse. So it is what it is. All right, man. Tonight was a great night, man. A great night. It's 12:30. I've been on since 8. I appreciate everybody for staying on this long. The engagement was definitely there. I'm gonna go ahead and get on up out of here and skedaddle, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. I will be back on Sunday night. Don't know what I'm gonna talk about Sunday night quite yet, but when I figure it out, I'll let y'all know. Y'all see it in the thumbnail. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell when y'all see it so that you know I'll be on. Do you need liability on insurance? Do you need liability on insurance? I think, do you mean general liability? If you're going to run commercially, yeah, you need general liability, commercial auto, and commercial cargo. Those are the 3 minimum things that you need. Some accounts may require you to get more. XPO is one of those accounts that's going to require you to have more. But yeah, you need comprehensive. Yeah, you're gonna have a comprehensive I forget what it's called. You're gonna have your aggregate. Your comprehensive is gonna fall under your is it oh, let me look at my policy, man. It's getting late, man. You asking me. Let's see. Comprehensive is gonna fall under your commercial auto, I believe. Yeah, you gotta have comprehensive. I just trying to see which one it's under. Hold on. But if you're running commercial, you're gonna need general liability. You're gonna need commercial auto, and gonna need cargo. And comprehensive is gonna fall under your commercial auto. You know, I'm gonna do you even one better, man. I'm gonna actually pull up. I'm gonna pull up. Give me one second. Let me pull up. I'm gonna pull up you I'm gonna share my screen and pull up a core form for you. Show you what you need, man. I'm gonna do you one better, man. You wait to the end of the live to ask me this. Hold on, we're gonna do you one better though. We're gonna do you one better. Let me pull it up. Let me find where it's at. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up a good one for you too. Let me pull it up. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, hold on. Let me share this. Present. Share screen. Let me move this out the way. Let me move this out the way too. All right, so this is just a example. All right, so these are the basic requirements. Your commercial liability, you're gonna need $1 million. I got a $3 million aggregate. For this company, they're just requiring 2. Auto liability is gonna always go here on your accord form. You're gonna need $1 million. Here's where your workers' compensation would go, if needed it. Cargo gonna always be 100,000. All right, right here, this is occupational accident. You don't have to worry about that. So you're gonna need cargo right here. Don't worry about workers' comp. You're gonna need commercial auto right here. Right, combined single limit. All right, and then you're gonna need commercial general liability, which is right here. All right. Your general aggregate would be depending on what you talk to your broker about that. Mine is a little bit higher because I got 3 million. I don't know why I have 3 million. I just have 3 million. I don't need 3 million though, but that's what I have. So that's what you need to get started in the business. That's the minimum to get active. I just found your page before I joined. Oh, okay. Well, now you found my page, so now you have access to all the sauce. You got access to all the sauce. All right. So you just found the page, so you can go back 4 hours ago when this stream started and get even some more information, plus all the other videos and all the other live streams. And hopefully, you find some good information on the channel. But that's what you need, man. So I just showed you the Accord form. That's what you need. Your comprehensive will fall under one of these, but that would be under your. It's late, man. So forgive me. Your comprehensive, all that verbiage as far as your comprehensive is going, you're going to see all that on your declaration page. I'm trying to find it right now on my policy. But I got a packet of stuff because I got trucks, so like my stuff is like thick. Hold on. I still got XPO. This is crazy. I don't even know why I still got XPO as additionally insured on my policy. This is crazy. Why is XPO still on my policy? Y'all see this? I still got XPO on my policy. I don't even run XPO. I haven't run XPO in some years. They still on my policy for some stupid reason. I gotta talk to my broker. Hold on, man. I'm trying to find this. All right, comprehensive. My comprehensive premium is for each truck. It's going for $440. Oh no, this ain't the right one. My bad. Hold on, that's not the right one. Oh yeah, hold on, this is the right one. All right, so all right, so this is for one truck. Comprehensive. It's $440. And then each truck has its own. Give me a second, man, because I got this shit in order, man. Each truck got it's about the same thing, because all these trucks are the same year. So, but all that's going to be under your premiums. That you're not going to see that on your Accord form. So when you get your packet, when you get your insurance, whoever you go through for your broker or whatnot, you're going to see all that on the declarations. That stuff ain't going to be in. That's not what you're looking for. You need to just worry about your general liability, your commercial auto, and your commercial cargo. Marcus, the gift that keeps on giving, man. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you for checking in, man. All right, so man, if it ain't no more questions, man, I'm gonna go ahead and get on up out of this thing, man. And I'll be back on here Sunday, then again next Tuesday, and then Thursday. I guess that's my regular rotation now. It's the winter time, so I ain't doing too much. Moving is slow in Chicago in the winter because it's a seasonal business. Final Mile. Yeah, we take stuff when we want to. Big projects. I'm not really doing uh 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 daily contracts. I take big contracts uh and do those like weekly big contracts. So I'll be on 3 nights a week until maybe March or April. But until then, it's slow season for us here. So go ahead and hit that like button on your way out. I'll be back Sunday and Tuesday. I appreciate everybody for checking in. Hit that like button as you go ahead and get up out of this thing. And until next time, guys, I'm is out.